Hey, what's up, guys? I'm up, y'all. So let's do some drawing. Let's add our second camera here, and then we'll throw some tunes up real quick. Burp. We got that. Show that. Boop, boop. And somebody popped in. Hocky, what's up, man?
Hey, g'day everyone. How are you today?
It's
You don't look like Matt Barr.
it's 1:20 right now.
Oh my gosh. It is 3:20 here. So.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm up.
Nice.
What you into today, bud?
I'm not doing too much. I'll sit down and do some drawing and
Awesome.
I might share. It's not great. It's not great drawing. I started a while ago and I thought, I'll finish it. Why not? But, see how we go. I'll get to sharing in a moment once I set my OBS up.
Cool.
Yeah. What am I doing? Amateur stuff. Amateur.
Oh, we got another guest. Jason, what's up, bud?
No bar, man.
You're not Matt Barr either. What?
I know. The Matt Barr Imposters. The Matt Barr Imposter stream. That's what I should have called it.
Barr he set one up, but he never went. I waited backstage for like a half hour.
Yeah, same here, man. So they probably
slacker.
zonked out. Kids probably wore him out today, man.
Maybe. He was on my stream, so he was up.
Yeah. That's true. Oh well. It's all right.
Who else we got here?
Hocky.
Odin didn't count.
Oh, Odin, what's going on, man?
Oh, Odin, what's up? Yeah, the shirt came in today. This is the Billy Basco J-Bot collab shirt. So
Those hacks.
if you want to get it, mightybotstudio.com, click on the store link, and you can see all the sweaters and shirts that I got.
Who's Billy? Billy who? Billy.
He's Billy
Tucci.
Billy. Oh yeah, right. Oh, Billy Basco. Yeah, he's a young up and comer. I figured I give the kid some shine, you know.
I don't like that. It sounds like Jason Bascom. Bascom. I don't know if I like that. Sounds like he's trying to feed off of my good name.
It looks like it was. We just needed to see. We could have had, Jason Bascom. Billy started with a C. It could have been Casco and then Dasco, and we would have had, B, C, D covered.
It's a crime.
What you working on, Jason?
I'm trying to do a samurai piece, but it's not really. I don't know. I'm still playing with it. Still playing with it. I might rip it up. We're drawing the other side. One of the two.
Rip it up.
One of the two. We beat our art into submission. That's what we do.
That's right.
Like, it's not working, but it's gonna work whether it likes it or not.
Or, like I said, or I flip it over and put something else on the other side.
There you go.
Yeah.
Billy's last name is a combo of Bascom and Dasco. There you go.
There you go.
Combo.
At least she's
Stealing everyone's name.
He's the multiverse.
He is the multiverse.
What you working on? Hockey? Samurai Priest?
No. I don't know if anyone can tell what it is.
Is that Assassin's
Probably won't
Creed?
even tell when I finish it. Sorry, but
Is that Assassin's Creed?
no.
Oh.
See, we'll see if anyone can guess what it is.
Well, I'm not watching no hockey.
No, that's good.
How can I guess
I don't
what
want
it is
people to see what I'm doing.
But how can I guess if I'm not watching?
Sorry.
No, you're not. You don't care. Funny thing was, I was about to message Hockey to be like, "Hey, man, you should fire one up, fire up a stream." And then I saw you put, and I never catch your links, dude. So I'm like, "Oh, cool, I caught a J-Bot link."
Good night, Odin. Oh,
Later.
Dan Plegel's here. No link.
Hello,
Hey,
friend.
I'll send you a link, Dan.
Simply link.
Is he not in the group?
He's not in the group. I've never invited him before, but I don't know.
Oh,
I can add him.
No.
I can add him.
Bring him in the group.
Well, you still gotta.
Listen, man, I'm like down here. Dan Plegel's up here, dude. I'm a jobber. Dan Plegel's main talent, dude. We don't co-mingle too.
You still have to send him the link though, even if you add him to the group.
Okay. Let's see. And let's shoot that over to him.
We want a bit of.
It's okay. I don't think it is, Dan.
It's not
I don't think it
okay.
is. I don't
We're
think
getting
it is.
it rectified. We're rectifying the situation.
All the rectums.
Mm-hmm. Jason likes rectums.
Don't we all?
If you say so.
I think it just did.
Burp. And send. I sent it through Twitter, Dan. Let me know if that works for you, bud.
I don't.
It's gonna be nervous now. I'm fucking working on Goblin Girl, and Dan Plegel's gonna be like right here, like, "What's up, man?" Like, I can't.
He'll love it. No, Dan loves it. He loves.
That's okay. I tried to do a Goblin Girl, and it's no Plegel. You know what I mean?
I did a Goblin Girl as well.
Dude, what is up with this cap, bro?
Cat? C-A-T?
No, cap. C-A-P. I got a cat too. It's by my feet.
Well, what's up with that cat?
Well, the cat's by my feet. The cap, I couldn't get it off.
Can you get the cat off your feet?
Well, the cat's fine. The cap is the problem.
Yeah, but the cat might not be
You
fine
should-
once it's off your feet.
You should bust the cap.
You bust the cap in the cat.
Oh, Hocky. Oh no! Don't do that. Don't do that. This isn't good Boondock Saints, man.
Yeah, right. What's the cat's name?
I will put a bullet in my head. I'll blow my brains out right now. If you can tell me that cat's name.
Mm,
Join us, Plegel.
He's
Join
like,
us.
what color was
One
it?
of us.
I sent it on Twitter. Maybe I should just post it in the Discord.
Yeah, you can post it there too. But he's on Twitter. That's how he got
Okay.
into mine.
Yeah.
He got in through Jonestown.
Pew. Posted in both.
There you go. That'll work.
Whatever works. All right. Okay. What was I doing?
We're coloring a Goblin Girl piece.
Yes. Well, gray. We're doing grays. This is going to Abra for buying the turtle stuff.
Abra bought your turtles?
Yeah.
See, I didn't sell my turtles. I should have sold my turtles. An 80s
Dude, everybody was doing turtles, bro. I was like, man. I'm telling
Well,
you,
that's
next one, Jason, we do a piece that you have to put together. We get
Well, no,
two other
dude.
artists. We do a big ass piece that you got to buy all four.
but that's why I kind of saved my turtles for Red Valkyrie, because I was gonna like, oh, nobody has turtles over there, you know.
Yeah.
And so yeah, nobody bid on the one, so I'm like, I'm not putting the other ones up then. So I don't know. I guess the price was too high. I only asked $50. It's really not much,
No, man.
considering it's a really good piece. But that's fine. It is what it is. But only hurt, only crying on the inside.
Did you post that on Twitter? Because I didn't see that one.
No, I drew it a while ago. I don't even know. I mean, I might have posted it on Twitter after I drew it, but it was a while. It was a couple years ago.
Okay.
I mainly drew it for when I was outside the comic shop. They were supposed to get Kevin Eastman.
Oh.
Yeah, so I drew the turtles, but
Alright.
he couldn't fly because of the coof or like paranoia from the coof or something. But yeah, so he nixed out of it. But
Well, Daniel's trying to deal. Daniel. Dan Plegel's dealing with the baby right now, trying to put the bugaboo to bed.
yeah, he
struggle.
was.
I know the struggle, my man.
He was crying when we were backstage. You heard him crying.
Sorry, it's a struggle putting those kiddos to bed.
No, it's not, man. You just feed them some morphine and they're good to go.
All right.
No, just got to make sure it's a safe dose.
Does it
There you
smell
go.
like chloroform?
Yeah, it's a smelly chloroform to you, little baby. Little baby. Can you tell me if it does? Because you can't talk because you're a baby.
Where's Odin? What's Odin doing? Why is he not joining us?
He was going to bed.
Oh, you slacker!
Yeah, it is 1:30 in the morning, Hockey.
Yeah, and he's not. He's not that late. He's at a different time zone too, so it's earlier for him. But
Oh,
he has
well,
to
then
get up.
he's just a wuss.
He just have to get up at like 5 in the morning for work.
I don't see how that's a problem. It's not my problem.
That's it.
Experimenting with these Copics. We'll see how this turns out.
Have you not used Copics before?
Here and there. Not really, though. I probably used them on 2 pieces, maybe.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay, yeah.
So I was like, let's put it around. I used it, on the Mikey piece on Mikey, and then I did a Popeye piece, and the Popeye was the first one. Didn't turn out the way I wanted. And, yeah.
Yeah, they could be... If you're not familiar, they could be kind of tricky. It's all about layering, really.
Yeah. Is that 6 or 4?
Yeah, I got to work on it with I've got new Copic, so to
Yes, you did.
stuff. Have to start doing stuff and yeah, trying the Copics. Hopefully, I can. And I might do, tempted to do at least one a week, and stream me like messing around with traditional and.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you record them too, and then you can upload a video or a short later.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about that.
I mean, I'm recording this. I got to edit it a little bit because of time and like me stopping and starting. But
I think I'm recording. Yeah, I am recording this one.
I mean, I'm always like stopping to like send a text message or like enter the stream. You know what I mean? So I fill whatever gaps because it's technically still one straight drawing. It's not like I'm going out for dinner and then coming back or waiting a day.
Who cares, man? Nobody will know if you edit that stuff.
I try to still make it as fluid as possible.
Especially sped up. Like, it's not.
Oh, it is sped up like crazy. It has to be. I'm not going to make it hour and a half. Dude, that Swamp Thing piece I did was like 2 hours.
Yeah.
I'm not going to upload a 2-hour video.
Yeah.
No, well, that's it. That's what I mean. Once it's sped up, like if you edit it, it's not easy to tell.
He's streaming now?
Who is? Bar? Ah, the fuck!
Oh, what?
We all left. Oh, sorry. I'm committed now.
Yeah. I'm only here for like half an hour to an hour. I got to go raise bread. I'm making pizza tonight, so I got to go
nice.
raise.
I never got notified.
How'd that brisket go? Was it a brisket you were smoking, or what were you smoking the other day?
Yeah, I did. That was on. That was on my Sunday.
No,
it was so good.
Oh, shit, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. Oh man.
It cooked. It was only a tiny brisket, so like really tiny.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably the size of my 2 hands together. That's how big it was. So wasn't big. But I ended up cooking it for about 6 hours. The gas of the barbie ran out at some point, so I had to. But I'd already wrapped it in paper by that time, so I was able to move it to the oven and finish it off in the oven. And oh my goodness, it was so good.
Awesome.
It was just a simple rub. I just used the the salt and pepper rub. With the binder was a tomato sauce mustard mix. We call it to mustard. But
Okay, sounds about right.
Or ketchup is what you would call it. But so it's a and we just put that over it, and then the rub, and it came out so good. And I made a potato bake to go with it, and that one came out pretty good too. So yeah, it was really, really good.
That's cool. How long was that? 6 hours? How long did you have to smoke that for?
6 hours. I cooked
6 damn.
Yeah. So yeah, I will. I'm going to do it again. My in-laws come this weekend. So, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to do one when they come. So
yeah, that's cool.
It was funny. The last video I did that posted today, there was a restriction on it because I have music playing, so there's a copyright restriction. I'm like, it may not be played in all areas. I'm like, what? So I look in here, I'm gonna miss out on all those views in Russia.
In Russia, oh, no, Spadanya, Russia.
Oh, no. Yeah,
but the Russian bots.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss out.
Well, I guess Russia's missing out.
No, I'm missing out. Those fine Russian ladies.
Yeah.
Dude, they're not bad. A lot of them aren't bad.
There's all the mail order brides going to watch now, you know?
That's Ukrainian.
Oh, is it? Oh, Ukraine.
They're pretty all right, too. You're a Nintendo fan, aren't you, J-Bot?
Yes, sir.
Do you like the Switch? Are you a fan of the Switch?
Oh, I love the Switch.
Yeah, me too. Are you excited for the next Zelda game?
You know, I'm not a big Zelda fan.
Oh.
Yeah, it's I didn't like Breath of the Wild too much. I could see why people love it, like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But when you tell me open world Zelda, like, I'm like, cool, man, because I'm like Oblivion, Skyrim, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, cool, man, I'm gonna get cool ass weapons and different armor and run around and ride my horse, you know what I mean? And it's like, just like,
Ride your horse?
yeah, a horse.
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna catch that one. I was like, oh, did I just say ride my horse? They're shutting us down. YouTube's gonna shut us down now. Shut it down, everybody.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. It's not,
you know, so for an open world game, and the weapons breaking all the time, I didn't like it. So it just wasn't. I gotta try it again though. But yeah, I just didn't like it too much. I'm not.
That's fair.
Yeah. I can see why people love it though. I totally understand it. It's just not for me.
Yeah, that's all right. No, I really enjoyed it, so I'm keen. Yeah, I'm excited for the next one. So we'll see when that comes out soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try it. I'm gonna try it. You know, I'm definitely gonna try the new one and see for sure. I
Yeah.
at least gotta try it, you know.
Of course.
But I just beat Elden
I'm
Ring
afforded by it.
2 days ago, so that was kind of neat.
Nice. I've never played that one, so
Yeah, it's
And
tough.
I haven't played
it's not
its
for everybody. You know?
spiritual.
Is that too?
Well,
Yeah.
Billy and Hocky have been raping and pillaging.
Yeah, what are the
Viking
Dark
world.
Souls, whatever they are, the previous ones?
Yeah. You can just start with Elden Ring. You don't even have to
We have
play
been.
it. Mhm. I just downloaded Diablo 2
Yeah,
Resurrection.
we've
It
been,
was on sale.
Oh, nice, well done. Well, we didn't
was
end
like
up playing the
$13.
other day because Billy
Mhm.
piked it. He was a big girl and didn't show up. I was up in the morning. I got up at 6:00 in the morning because Billy goes, "Oh, let's play! Yeah, let's play in like so many hours." I go, "Yeah, no
That's a good
problem."
Billy.
Like how he sounds like Mickey Mouse.
That's a good Billy. That's a very accurate Billy.
Oh, golly gee, let's play. So I thought, yep. So I was up. I got up at 6 and I thought, yep, no problem. I messaged him saying, yeah, I'm ready. Nothing.
Nothing.
And so I thought, oh, I'll bugger you then. I will I'll do my own thing. So yeah, I end up just playing more Valheim, and I'm enjoying Valheim. So
What are you playing that on, Hockey? PC?
PC, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a PC gamer. I know it is cross-platform though. Apparently that game. So
That's cool. I'll have to look it up.
I like survival games, and it's kind of a survival game. So strangely enough, I do like Minecraft because it's a survival game.
Yeah, Minecraft's solid.
Yeah, I like I'm here. What can I build? This tiny little axe made out of stone and wood.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, you get ore and iron and all this type of stuff. And yeah, it's great. But yeah, I like that. I played this one called, oh gosh, I was going to say The Raft, but I haven't played The Raft yet. Oh goodness, now I can't think of it.
The Raft.
Stranded Deep? No, is it? No. I'll find what it is. So one, you're sort of stuck on this little island because your plane crashed, and so you start, you break down trees and start building things, and then you eventually got to build a little raft to go off to the other islands because it's an archipelago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's I like it. I quite enjoy that game. So just trying to find what it's called. Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Just happened.
Boop. I thought Hocky was having a seizure. I'm like, we better call somebody.
What's going on?
I was saying hello to Greg Levici.
Hey, Gregory, what's up, bud?
What's going on, Greg? Everybody back Absolute Trade today. I mean,
Absolute.
Yeah, it is Stranded Deep. Stranded Deep. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoyed that one.
Okay, sounds cool. Used to play the heck out of Ark.
I'm a fan of them, and it's kind of the same. It's a survival because you start off with nothing and you got to break. You pick up rocks and sticks. And
Mm-hmm.
that was a meaty hail, says Greg. Hocky has
Meaty.
scroll power. Nice.
Got scrote power. Power.
Absolute power. I'm missing it in the power. You were excited for Ray Palpatine to come back? I mean, Ray Skywalker. I mean, Ray Palpatine.
Ray identity theft.
Yeah, that's not really how things work.
Yeah.
My name is Jason Musk.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a Skywalker.
I can now inherit Twitter. I have billions of dollars now.
I still haven't seen the last movie, so
You don't need to.
No, you don't need
I think it's the worst one. I know everybody hates the Rise of The Last Jedi, which it is the worst one in a way. But yeah, the Rise of Skywalker was just horrible.
terrible. Yeah. No, I thought no.
Where-
Not
Hocky,
interested.
where's my red?
I ate
You
it.
must
red
have, because
one,
it's empty.
To your right on the shelf.
No, Hocky's
yeah.
right.
Oh, yeah.
He ate it. Look.
Yep, it was tasty.
He oid it.
He ate it.
I
Oid.
oid it.
He oid it.
I oid it.
Oi. You oid it.
Oi.
Fine, Hocky. I'll use a micron.
TNT.
I gotta find the red micron now, Hocky. Hope you're happy.
Oi. Akadaka. Good old Akadaka. What is Greg lowing about? What are you
I don't know.
lolling about?
Well, in the fact that you had a stroke when he came in.
He said he liked it.
I should have had a stroke. I should have been like, somebody's watching, and start freaking out and shit.
We have a watcher.
Somebody's watching. You're
Am I even
watching,
following
baby.
you on YouTube? I thought I was.
I am. That's how I knew. I went onto YouTube and go, oh, J-Bot stream.
I don't know, dude. I follow people and I unfollow people and I unsubscribe and I hit the bells and I turn off the bells.
I only follow
It's a little much at times.
I only follow the important people. So
That's everyone. What's the name of your channel?
Yeah, J-Bot Art. Should be at J-Bot Art, I think. Let's see. It might be J-Bot_art. Let's see.
You don't even know your own name?
J-Bot dash Mighty Bot Studio.
Yeah, it's just at J-Bot Art. So youtube.com, what's it, / J-Bot Art? Just one word.
But I'm just typing it in the search field. At J-Bot Art. Nothing. Oh, wow. What is this? Oh, wow.
Wait. I'll put it in the is there a private chat?
I'm over on my art table. Why can't anything be simple?
Anyway, I'll put it in the private chat for you. There you
No,
go.
just send it to me in a DM. Send it to me in a Twitter DM. I don't want to go over to my computer.
Yeah, youtube.com / J-Bot at J-Bot Art is what the thing would be.
There you go. It's in the whatever it's called. Oh no.
But I'm probably gonna change it soon anyway. I think I'm just gonna make everything Mighty Bot Studios. Just do that.
Mighty Bot.
Where is it? All right, thank
Trying
you.
to do a brand instead of a person. I think it's just easier.
Yeah, brand is usually better. I'm not subscribed. Or I'm not.
How dare you, sir?
Oh,
It happens.
God.
Get used to disappointment.
Yeah, you're breaking my heart.
All right. Well, how about this? I'm gonna hit the thumbs down.
Oh
and
no!
Report.
Report.
He does that to me all the time too. I'm surprised my channel's not struck.
I keep trying. They just keep being like, this channel is not big enough for us to care.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes that's the fun part, you know.
There you go. Shared it out on the Twitterverse.
Yay!
All right, thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
You're a scholar and a gentleman.
I know. All right, Hockey. Back to the old red micron because you drank my red liquid.
Well, you shouldn't have left it out for me. You know.
He's the closeted vampire, dude.
He must have. He must be. At least you could like stay and have a cup of.
Oh, well, I was going to, but
you don't
we
like
didn't have any tea in the.
All we have is tea. We have a bunch of tea, although it's not Australian tea, so
It doesn't have to, as long as it's black tea. That's all.
it's Lipton, Hockey. I hope that's okay.
Oh yeah, no, Lipton's good.
I hope that is good enough for your British palate.
That's what. Oh no, I'm having a twining it. But yeah, I've got Lipton. That's the one that's in the cupboard.
It's not very British of you.
Sure, if you say so.
I do, you limey.
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 Good on you.
Hockey's a limey.
Thanks, Canadian.
You're welcome. Send Bar the link.
We should just stream. I should just stream bars.
Just snipe Bar's channel.
We just watch.
Well,
Bar's channel.
he's not streaming. It was misinformed.
Oh.
They saw that he was live because it's waiting on Matt Barr. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe his schedule. Maybe he meant like Tuesday to Wednesday.
Maybe he meant Thursday, 12:30 a.m. because he does that from time to time. Well, I saw the link, and he sent it at like 5:30 or 6. I'm like, dude, I'm at work, but thank you, appreciate it. I was like, no, it's
Yeah, I
12:30. I'm like, what? Okay.
I saw that too. I saw that. I'm going, oh, geez, that was early. He was preparing.
Well, usually he doesn't schedule it that far in advance. So that's why I was like, oh, he's definitely determined to stream. And I had my promo stream, my closeout stream, so to speak. And I was like, I was going to just go for the longest, as long as I could on that one. But I knew Bar was streaming at 12:30. So I'm like, I'll just end it and go to Bars.
Yeah.
So that's fine, though. I mean, it's not like I was going to get an insane amount of backers or anything.
Oh, well.
But it's usually you do those anyway on another channel, and it's hard to get a hold of people.
People suck.
Some of them.
Huh.
Some of them, Hocky. Not all of them. No one in CG anyway. CG is filled with great people that are all loving and caring and helpful and want nothing but the best.
Billy Bascom.
Billy's not CG. Billy is anti-CG. He told me.
Ooh.
He told me in DMs. I will
Disavow.
box his DMs. Disavow Billy because he's anti-CG. I agree. Disavow Billy.
Yep.
Yep. Disavow Billy. Just killing Billy. I love you. I'm getting that Billy. Send Billy the link.
He's in the group.
He has it muted.
Oh, does he?
Probably. I do.
Dunzo.
I have every DM group muted except mine.
Makes sense.
I actually have them all muted too, but it doesn't. I don't have anything giving me notifications except for when I'm on Twitter, and it annoys me because that little, the little envelope comes up that goes, "Oh, you've got a message." So I go over there and going, "Oh no, it's someone having a conversation with someone else."
Everyone.
I left quite a few DM groups because of that reason. I was like, sorry guys, it's just my feed is getting too clogged up. I have to leave. And I mean, I'm glad I did because I am seeing my important messages now again. Like I saw this one. This usually gets buried by a bunch of other ones.
So on Discord, if I do @ everyone will see it. Is that the point of that? Okay.
That is the point of that. Yeah.
Sure, send it. Whatever. Let's do it. Bye-bye. Still trying to figure Discord out.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Like you can do a lot in Discord, but they're getting popular. They're starting to charge for a lot of the good services now. So.
No, wrong one. No. Used to be Zeno. Do that. Oh, didn't do this one already.
Hoping D&D fans might recognize this character. So.
Is it Raceland Magier?
No.
Is it Caramon Magier?
No. Wrong.
Is it Tanis Halfelden?
Wrong universe.
Is it what is her name? Katara? Is that her name?
That's a dude.
Is it Katara a dude? Katara's not a dude.
No, I said
Dragonlance?
no. Who see dry is a dude.
Oh, is it Tasselhoff Burfoot?
No.
Is it
that
Flint Fire?
Still the wrong universe. Oh my goodness.
Is it Sturm Brightblade?
Oh gosh. Isn't that a god? I know. I've only.
No, he's in Dragonlance. He's the paladin in Dragonlance.
Oh yeah. Oh, who's the god that pretends he's like in the first one? He's and then they only discover that he's the god at the end there. So
the Tiamat?
No.
Oh, it was Raceland's mentor or something.
Yeah.
Oh, what was his name? I forgot his name.
Yeah,
Surprised I forgot his name.
Someone in chat. Let us know.
Is there someone in chat?
I don't know. No, there's nobody in chat.
You know, I've learned watching YouTube channels, you don't need to read the chat ever.
Nah, you don't need to.
You never need. Apparently, you never even 10 people, 2 people,
overrated.
4,000 people. Apparently, you don't need to read the chat. Like, I was watching a couple streams and I'm like, you don't have to read mine, but you have all these people talking, and I haven't seen you highlight one person. It's been 12 minutes.
Who was that?
I'm not going to say who it was.
Could be a lot of people.
What do you think? You want to commit CG suicide? I'm not going to say who it was. I'm just saying, like, it's not just one channel. It's not just one channel. It's a lot of channels that I've seen it. And I'm like, this is astounding. I can't believe this. Like,
you have to super chat them unless you're EBS, who doesn't bring up those.
But you can't super chat some of these people though.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta have so many. Boop.
You had a boop?
That's me. That's me booping.
Are you booped?
There ain't no boops. Ain't no boops here. No country for old boops.
There ain't no boops in this country. Well, I shared it out. Hopefully we get a couple viewers.
Yeah, let's see.
What a boop boop.
It is late. But it also, and Shane is streaming, so.
Let's see. Oh, let me see. Let's copy this link.
You gonna post it in the chat?
So I got the Chad Townsend was like wanting to pop in and stream, I guess, with Bar, but I'll shoot him the link.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had him on. His
Do you know
art's
who he
cool.
is?
Nope.
Okay.
His art's cool.
Okay. As long as he's not like some total stranger. You know what I mean?
No, he's in chats and stuff, you know? I follow him on Twitter.
Oh, nice. Maybe I should follow him.
Says he works
There's
for
a Townsend
Disney
artist.
and Marvel and stuff.
Oh, okay. It's not the same Townsend I'm thinking of, is it?
I don't know.
Guy who did the Punisher covers?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he would be a little big for, he'd be hanging out with like Ethan or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Are you saying Bar's not big?
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying he'd be hanging out with somebody bigger. Why are you trying to get me in trouble with Bar?
I think you're getting yourself in trouble.
Backroom drama.
Bar is my friend. Bar is my friend and my home lesson. He was on with Normal.
And another during another stream he had scheduled.
No, it was actually on Normal's channel, so he did show up.
yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, "Oh, Matt's streaming, cool." And then I'm like, I look at Narwhal. I was like, "But Matt's there. I don't think he's gonna go to his channel." So I was like, "I'm going to bed."
Oh, really? Oh, gosh, you shocker.
I mean, he just forgets, I think, to cancel it, but it makes sense to be on somebody else's channel because you don't have to. You can just draw. You don't have to highlight chats and stuff.
Yeah, it's like extra work.
Well, you have to stop. Yeah, you have to stop drawing. It interrupts the flow, and that's why I love streaming and drawing and talking to people, but you don't get as much done.
Is that 2 or 4? I don't know what I used on this.
I'm doing stuff for when I'm outside the comic shop. That's what this is for. This isn't. Although this one, I'm not going to price this too high if somebody wants it. It's not one of my favorite pieces. It's not bad. It turned out better than originally had.
Oh, we got a boop in the back.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad, how you doing, bud?
Good. Hey, Chad.
Hello, Chad.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, anytime, man. We were up, so it was like I had 2 cups of coffee already. There's no turning back.
Yeah. Let me know if I'm echoing or anything.
Oh, you're good, man.
Oh, you sound great,
Good to
man.
me. Nice to
This
meet you,
is
Chad.
this is all new to me.
Oh, no problem.
This is or virgin territory, I should say.
Oh, welcome.
Hey,
Well-
you get used to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, you do.
So what you up to, man?
I am drawing a character turnaround for my lawyer.
Oh, okay.
Legal
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So Robert Romano hooked me up with the Ethan's lawyer,
Oh,
RP
yeah.
lawyer, because there's a character, my Phantom character, my Black Phantom character. Some toy company started making a toy using the name, and the character is similar looking, and they trademarked it 2022, and I've been using it in commerce since 2012.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
And I'm going to enforce it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
dude.
Not because I want to be a jerk to them, but more I just want to protect my butt if I start publishing my book this year.
Mhm.
Yeah,
or
you
do
gotta,
a crowdfund.
you gotta cover yourself.
Yeah. So that's really what's going on, and then he is going to file all my other branding for me.
Nice, dude.
Yep.
That's pretty cool, man. So you plan on doing a thing, or you just like just in case you do something?
No, the book is finished.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
All I got to do is rework all my lettering and crowdfund it. And I'm already working on the second book. And along with the first book, I'm also going to crowdfund my kid's Squid comic
Cool.
in an official printing, because I've only done a very limited printing before.
That's pretty cool.
Is that the Fighting Phantom? Is that going to be just black and white, or are we doing color?
Yeah, I was just briefly calling it the Fighting Phantom, but I've had it since I was a teenager. I've been calling him the Black Phantom, but you know, he's not black, you know, but his costume is black. And a funny thing too was in 2005, I actually pitched it to BET Animation, and Dennis Cohen, I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's known for doing Moon Knight and Luke Cage, and
Nice.
a lot of those books back in the 70s, 80s. He was the art director at BET, and I get to this meeting with my pitch for the Black Phantom, and the first thing out of his mouth, so if he takes his mask off, is he black? And I'm like, he can be.
Yeah, he can be. He can be whatever you want, man.
Yeah.
Nothing set in stone, really.
Yeah.
So I got real close to selling it twice in
Nice.
2005.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep. But so I spent last year drawing this book, which is a story I wrote when I was a teenager, and I made, you know how it is, you start a comic and you never finish it. Well, I've started it twice throughout the years and never finished it. Well, this time I finished it.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Yep. And I'm kind of going semi-retired now from animation. I've been working for Disney and Warner Brothers since 2005, and
Oh wow.
I'm now at a point where I can start working on my own stuff.
Anything we might know?
Oh yeah. Like
Oh,
as far
yeah.
as the shows I've worked on,
Yeah.
the Well, I got my start in video games in the 90s and was at the studio that created NBA Jam
Oh,
and and Turok Dinosaur Hunter, NFL Quarterback Club, All-Star Baseball. We also did the first 2 South Park games ever made. And then I went into animation in 2002 and worked for a Japanese anime studio and traveled back and forth between Korea and Japan and the US for 3 years.
oh wow.
And couldn't get anything off the ground through the studio. And then I got laid off. And after a week or so, some guy calls me out of the blue and he says, "Hey, somebody stuck your name on a post-it note and your website, and I've been eyeing your portfolio for 3 days. How would you like to design armor for an animated Iron Man movie?"
Ooh.
And this guy's name was Frank Parr. He's known for directing and designing a lot of the G.I. Joe cartoons.
I was going to say Frank Parr. Sounds familiar.
Yep, and Batman the Animated Series and stuff. And my daughter was born during that time, and not having insurance, the Invincible Iron Man paid for her hospital bill.
Oh, nice.
And she was in the NICU for 2 weeks.
Oh.
And when I wrapped up after 9 months, they flew me out to LA, and I went to the Fox Studios lot, and they walked me into this private theater called the Charlie Chaplin Theater, and sitting there was Jon Favreau and his kids.
Oh.
And I got to watch my animated Iron Man movie with Jon Favreau before, just as he was starting to work on the live action Iron Man.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep, and that's where my animation career kicked off.
That's dope, man.
So
Yeah,
I worked on Teen Titans Go to the Movies, Scooby-Doo,
Oh, hey.
DuckTales, New Looney Tunes,
Oh, my wife loves DuckTales.
several
I love
of the direct-to-video Batman movies, like Batman versus Two-Face with William Shatner and Adam West.
Oh, you got a
And
huge resume, man.
My resume is massive.
No, that's amazing. What are you doing here?
What are you doing on this
What do you
channel?
mean what
Right.
I'm one of you guys. What are you talking about? I want to be here.
Sweet.
That's
We
awesome,
appreciate
man.
it.
Yeah, we appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
That's dope,
such
man.
a cool, like, the whole thing with the streaming and stuff has been so neat, because it's like, it's almost like when you were a kid, and imagine you could just, like, you're watching Stan Lee and you send him $5 and he answers a question for you, like, live. Like, that's kind of the access that we have to creators now. And it's like, if you don't take advantage of it, like, it's like, dude, like,
it's more personal. You get to know
Yeah.
everybody better, and you get a kind of an emotional connection with the people you're interested in.
Yeah.
And kind of like Ethan talks about a lot. I've worked on 24 video games, and I've worked on 24 animated movies and TV series. I just turned 50, and of course I got a great paycheck, and WB took really good care of me and my family. However, at the end of the day, none of it is mine.
yeah,
And I spent
Exactly.
the last 25, 30 years creating stuff for other people that they've made tons of money off of, and
You're a hired hand.
I've got nothing to show for it.
hmm
So, there are a lot of things like, 2 years ago, 2020, or was it? I can't remember. It was like 2 Augusts ago. I ended up in the hospital with pneumonia because of COVID, and I was in there for 28 days exactly, and I got really close to kicking the bucket.
Oh no.
So a lot of that, including my wife was telling me to quit Disney for a couple years and start pursuing my own thing. And yeah, I'm just kind of at a point where I don't know how much gas I have in the tank left, and I'd rather spend that time working on something I love, and that's mine.
Yeah.
So
It's much more liberating.
it is.
And when you love it more, the gas tank kind of fuels right back up.
Yep.
You know what I mean? If it's yours, you love it more, and so you're like, yes, I really want to do this.
Yep.
Fuels the fire.
So
Also, I think we're at a point too to where it's like I think people aren't following the characters per se of stuff. Like back in the day, it was like I collected Spider-Man. No matter who was on Spider-Man, I was collecting Spider-Man. And then like with the image guys and stuff come along with the advent of the internet, now you know what studio was working on what projects and who's working where. So you're like, oh, that's the animators that worked on this. Well, I like that. I'm gonna follow them and do whatever. So it's not even they're kind of attached to characters, but now it's almost like they're attached more to the creators and they want to see the new stuff that they're going to do, which is great. So if they like your stuff, they'll follow you, which is awesome.
yeah, I just want to make my own thing, and I love what everybody in comicsgate is doing, and I've been in the shadows from the very beginning.
Nice. It doesn't hurt to observe at first and get to know the lay of the land.
Yep.
See what it's all about, before jumping in, especially something that gets a stigma and represented by people who aren't even in it. So
yeah, it's really sad. I mean, I don't want to out anybody, but there's all walks of type of people in comicsgate. There's even a trans person, and nobody has a clue that person is trans.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. We don't care. We just
we just want to make cool comics.
Yep.
Cool?
It doesn't matter.
Cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, just don't be a dick.
Yeah, that's the number one rule. That's the number one rule to me is like that's it right there. It's always been. It's like just be genuine and be cool.
Yep.
They can sniff you out, especially. So yeah.
No, I'm not cool though. So
you're not cool, Hockey. That is true.
We just keep it around because your accent.
Yeah.
So my first, either my book or I drew a story in Cool Story Bro. Either that, one of those will be my first CG work.
Oh wow,
that's cool.
Hey, having a story in Cool Story Bro be your first outing is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
So I knew Bill Willingham when I was a teenager. Back when I was trying to break into comics, and I was working in a comic shop back in the early 90s. And Willingham, it was always been a bucket list of mine to do something with him. And when he asked me to do the Cool Story Bro, I was ecstatic.
That's dope.
Yep.
Yeah, hanging out with, I never thought I'd hang out with, my idols or people I looked up to when I was collecting comics and, get to know them and be on streams. And, and now I'm a 40-year-old man. I'm actually hanging out with people that have worked in the industry. So it's just wild. I'm like, I'm coming from nothing. I mean, I've been drawn forever, but I don't have anything out. And here I am coming from nothing, and I'm hanging out with industry professionals, and they actually like my stuff. It's very flattering. I'm like, wow, that's cool.
Who are you on Twitter?
Jason Bascom, but I'm at Unhinged Ent or Unhinged Entertainment. So if you look up Unhinged, I might pop up.
Let's see.
I have a book out called Frog G, Voodoo Gods.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thanks, man.
I've seen it.
Yeah, Ink Spots is coloring it, and I also have the Absolute Trade out right now that condenses my first two books into one trade paperback. So.
Gotcha. Nice. Well, see, you're already far ahead.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, hey, I've been putting in a lot of work, but I love this stuff, man, and I'm just happy people actually like what I do.
Mhm.
You know, it would suck if they didn't.
I have.
But it wouldn't stop you though.
No,
Would it?
wouldn't stop. No, I'd still do it.
Yeah. Well, if you are keen one time, Chad, that I should get you on my channel.
Yeah,
I do a drawing challenge show, like a drawing game show.
Oh man, that puts on the pressure.
it does. It's a lot of fun, though, man.
It
It's
is
a lot of
fun, yeah. It is
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, I've had
Been
these
on
two
there
guys on it
a couple
and
times, yeah.
such. So,
Man,
if
good
you're
times.
keen, it's random prompts, and you got time limits and the chat votes on
Right.
on who did the best. I don't win, so
Yes, you do. Shut up, Hocky. He's had on
So-
Shelby Robertson, Eric Weathers, Jimmy Reyes. Like
Yeah.
he's had on some
Jimmy
big
came on.
names.
Yeah.
Jimmy and
I
I
keep
shared.
trying to get Fragger, and he kind of clashed. So
Jimmy and I sat next to each other at a con last year in San Antonio.
That's cool. Jimmy's a cool dude, man.
Yeah.
It is pretty cool.
I like Jimmy. in
If
this
you can
part.
see him over the desk, so.
If you can, yeah, he needs a stool to really sit at the table, though.
We'll be at a con here in July called H-Town Comic Con and have tables next to each other. We're trying to convince T-Bear to come, but I don't know if he's contacted him or not. T-Bear does not answer DMs.
Dude, I every now and then I'll get a response from, like, I asked him, hey, because I'm still working on getting on channels for Absolute Trade, and I hit him up, and he on Facebook, he replied, he's like, yeah, what time do you want to come on? That'd be great. So I tell him a time. It's been like 3 days. So I'm like, I could get a reply, but it's like, it's very sparse. It's great. It makes me laugh. Like I just giggle about it. I'm not offended at all. I think it's more hilarious than anything. It's like, you can get him to reply, but good luck getting him to reply to any questions you got.
Yeah.
I'm just going to mute for about 10 minutes because I have to go start.
How
this
dare
red
you,
light.
Hocky? This is uncalled for.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear us or us to hear him in the bathroom. That's what,
No, I'm making pizza dough, and I've got to go get the yeast cooking, get the yeast rising the bread. So I've got to go do that. So.
that sounds really good.
It does. I'm so hungry right now.
It's like after 1 o'clock here in Texas, so
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm in
So
Ohio.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. So.
All right.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm in Northeast Ohio. So
Ohio.
Where'd you go, Ohio? What time is it here? 2:18. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Let's do 4.
At least this is starting to turn out somewhat to my liking. This was not looking good for me.
So why do you use your rubber gloves? The ink smudge? What?
I have a skin condition and it dries my hand out, so the glove actually keeps it from getting
I
too dry
understand.
out and cracked and hurting. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not judging you then.
It works, dude. It works.
Did he leave? Did he come back? Or is he muted? Okay. It's like he left and came back. So
Right.
all right.
He gave me a better location on the screen.
Well, I can move you. Yeah,
No,
you can,
I'm just playing.
this thing has some pretty nice layouts too.
Which are you using?
This is Melon app.
Right.
Use Melon.
So you can use Melon with Streamlabs, but I'm not sure about OBS.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I went with the Melon app because they had a special where I got the $50 tier for life for $15. And I'm like, well, heck, man, if I want to cancel it, I can just cancel it if I don't like it, and that's what I've been using. But I can add an extra camera to show my art and stuff, and I even think like other people can add extra cameras too, and I can add them as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I just have to approve it, and then we could see, you know, multiple people can draw. So I got like pretty much like the $50 Melon StreamYard tier for $15 a month, and I was like, well, I can't beat it. So
Cool.
and that's like when they first started. So I was like, you know,
I don't
Like,
think
yeah,
that's
dude.
the case anymore. I think there's a monthly subscription now.
Yeah, it's usually the case.
yeah, it's $15 a month that I pay, but I get the $50 tier. So I'm like, yeah, I could manage that. I could justify that to the wife.
Hmm.
Hey, we're actually saving money.
Yeah, I pay for the basic. Well, the not the free. Yeah, obviously there's the free one, and there's the next one up for StreamYard. That's what I pay for. I don't need to have anything more than that.
Well, hopefully you guys start getting that YouTube money.
Hey, it's not. It'd be nice. Not the goal. I mean, I mainly want the subscriber account to help with like backing and
Right.
comics, and
Yeah.
Like, I've also been having people on every now and every on Sundays usually to pitch their books so we can get eyes on their campaigns if I'm monetized
Right.
a little better. So
Super chats would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, super chats would be the goal.
You should,
I feel like
you
that's
should
the
want
word.
that.
Yeah.
You should
Yeah,
wish
it would
it
be
into
nice.
existence.
Yeah. I feel like that's the not necessarily the views now. I feel like super chats is the way channels like us make their money.
Yeah. Well, that Jason is looking like a Frank Miller kind of samurai thing
Thanks.
going.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Frank.
Yeah, that's good. I've seen him in person. I've never talked with him.
I've never done either. But at the age he's getting up to now and his condition, I kind of like what I have in my head of him, you know.
I think it's really... He aged really quickly. He's not that old.
He's not. It's the alcohol abuse is what did it.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's pretty unfortunate. I mean, hey, people have their vices and their weaknesses.
Oh, yeah. I'm having a beer right now, so...
Ow, hey, man,
Ooh,
moderation is fine.
See, I can't drink because I get sleepy. That's my problem. I
Oh, man.
have a beer and I'm like, I'm ready for bed. Bye, y'all.
Nah, I'm fine when I have a couple beers.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I get it.
I can't draw that well if I got a buzz.
When I was back in the day, when I was my early 20s, I'd go to Denny's like plastered. My friends would be there and like, hey, draw me something. Dude, forget about it, man. I might as well draw with my feet.
It's
Like-
exactly. I've been to like drinking draws, and somebody will go that's putting it on will go, here's the special sketchbook, and everybody's supposed to do something in it, and I'm like, oh man. Really, it feels like work.
Yeah, I came here to relax. Not be put to work, man.
I like the drink part is fine. Do we have
Yeah.
to draw with it? Can you one or the other?
It's almost like, a comedian. Oh, hey, you're a comedian? Say something funny.
Yep.
You're like, hey, man, like, you got time for the setup and the punchline?
So what have we speculated happened to Matt?
I don't know, dude. I think if anything, either kid situations, sometimes his kids might have a nightmare
That's a good
or
one.
something, or he got stoned and forgot.
That was my guess.
Uh-huh.
The kids or the stoned part.
But he set it up
Yeah.
so early.
Early, yeah.
Yep.
That I was like, okay, he's definitely dedicated to this.
Yeah. I mean, I was thrilled because nobody ever sends me a link, Donald and I are, we've known each other for a few years now, and we chat and text every day. Just about. I'm really worried about him right now because he's been really sick for the last week.
Oh yeah.
And
Right.
I heard he's getting better though.
well, that's what he says. But like, normally I'll text him and I get replies right away. But right now, hardly anything. So that it does worry me.
Yeah, we've had Donald on, Luke Alietta, Death Metal Hero, and I have had Donald on a few times on our show, and yeah, he's great to have on. He's a man of many words.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like Donald, take it easy.
On Ethan's stream.
Yeah, it's funny because I mean, yeah, he'll talk if we like ask him stuff, but otherwise that it's like dead silence. It's like,
Yeah.
is Donald here still? It's like, yeah, he's great, man.
He's very shy about wanting to go on comicsgate Kings.
I think it's
It's a lot
kind
of
of
people.
yeah, it's a lot of people. And it's kind of a different like vibe to it, you know.
I think part of it too is he doesn't want to feel like he's using them, you know, like
I got
or
you.
them to feel that way about him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the way I see it, if you're invited, you're not using them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. But
And I understand where he's coming from, though. I do.
yeah,
I've jumped on Shane's a couple times, and I never even showed my books, a few of them, just because that's not
Yeah.
why I was there. I was there to hang out. If
Yeah.
he asked, "Hey man, what are you working on?" then I would say something. But otherwise, that I was like, "I'm just here to chill."
well, I appreciate you guys letting me on and tell him about
Yeah,
myself.
dude, I gotta add you on Twitter, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had Donald on a few times on my little art jam shows. And my show is just it's art, you know. Sometimes we have Hocky bust out his randomizer thing,
hmm
and then we'll grab three. He does 3 randomizer things, and then we'll put them together, pick what we like, and then do something. Usually we'll draw for like 2 hours, or we'll work on our stuff. But it's just like, you know, the art jam, like when you used to hang out with friends at like the dining room table and just shoot the shit and draw. Like that's pretty much all it is.
Right.
So-
There's a drawing prompt app on the iOS store.
Hockey has some weird program that he uses. Some guy in Australia came up with it, and you just like it's kind of like Mad Libs. You insert like you have a list of things, like announce all that other crap, and then it randomly puts them all together, and you have to like make something out of it. So,
Right.
pretty weird.
Let's see
It's
if
not
fun, though.
weird.
It's
You're
not-
weird, Hockey.
Yeah, you are weird, Hockey.
see if I can find it on my phone.
Chad, what's your Twitter handle, buddy?
Chad THX1138.
THX1138.
Chad THX1138. Which is really weird to me is because I've noticed, I'm not saying I'm an influencer, but I've noticed a lot of people tucking THX after their name now. I only did it because my last name's Townsend and it started with a T, and it was one I could always get when I signed up for games or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I could use that avatar.
I've just followed you, so there you go.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
same
it.
here.
Thank you. Well, I will.
What if Donald's up? Maybe I can shoot him the link.
He is not up.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's not up. No, he's not up, dude. Yeah.
No, he goes to bed with the chickens.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that show Luke and I do, it's on every Tuesdays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern, and he'd be on for like an hour and a half, and he's like, "Yep, I'm going." I'm like, "All right." If he's even on for that long, we're just like, "Okay, dude." It's funny.
Let's see here. I didn't get any notifications from you guys.
Yeah, I just followed you, so maybe take a second.
I think that's as well.
There
And
we
it did
go.
say Chad Townsend, so I followed the right person.
Yeah.
I saw that, yeah. I just because I saw a couple of Chads and I thought, this one you, but I had to be double checked because it's a little picture of a person drawing. So
Yes, that's me. I don't have a soy avatar. Which, you know, what's really weird about that, him bringing the whole avatar thing up with the cartoon character, back in the day on forums, that was the thing, you know, like all the drawing forums,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
because you had a little cartoon character.
Yep. I've had the same avatar for like 20 years.
Right,
It's just branding, you know.
right.
I never got into like those bitmojis and stuff. I never understood those.
I used to belong to a forum back in the late 90s, early 2000s called the Drawing Board. I was on there more than Pencil Jack.
Yeah, I remember Pencil Jack. And Pencil Jack's still active though, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been on there in forever.
But the Drawing Board was pretty awesome because it was Shane Glines. I don't know if you know who Shane Glines is.
I do know.
He's a very well-known character designer at Warner Brothers. He's still there. And you know his work from Batman Beyond.
Oh, cool.
He designed a lot of the characters in that. His most notable in there is the two clown twins, the girls.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember their name offhand.
God, it's been a
Anyway,
while.
We gotta rewatch that.
because of who he was, he attracted so many people from the animation industry there, and it was pretty awesome. Like, I learned so much just posting stuff all the time and looking at everybody else's work. And Sean Galloway was there a lot of the time too. I don't know if you know his stuff. He goes by Cheeks. Sean Cheeks Galloway.
I like that. It's because he's got a nice butt.
Well, it's actually because he's got dimples on his cheeks.
That's good.
Yeah. So what are you drawing, Hocky? Who is this dude?
It is a D&D character.
We're
Is
supposed
it?
to guess it, but
Oh,
I probably won't. I put it now that I've put in one of the swords. I got to put in the other one, and then the cat in the background, and then people will definitely get it. It's Dritz.
who?
That's the only one I know.
oh yeah, that guy.
Who's he?
He's a dark elf.
Is he from like a movie?
So he's a drow?
Yeah, he is.
See, I know what a drow is.
Yeah.
I just know him from the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance
Okay.
game.
Oh yeah,
See, I didn't play.
I read his the first books with Dritz in it were probably my first Forgotten Realms books I'd ever read, and yeah, fell in love with the character. So, but never really drawn him, so I thought I'll give it a go.
Why not?
Why not?
You don't have a comic to draw, so it's fine.
So they're all D&D characters? Like Jay, you're doing a D&D character?
So this is a Goblin Girl.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Dan Plegel's Goblin Girl. So
Yeah.
That's right.
he, I threw it in during an art auction. I threw it in for one of the pieces, and it just was inked. And I was like, well, you know, I was supposed to put a blue line in with it, but I really like the blue line, so I'm just like, I'm gonna color it for her. You know, I'm gonna
really
grayscale
like
it
that.
for her. So that's what I'm doing. And
That's
instead
right.
of
Now I
this little bonus piece.
remember ever winning that. That was a really good piece, dude.
Yeah. They're like, nobody bid on. I'm like, what's wrong with you people, man? Like, what?
Yeah,
I don't understand it, dude.
Speaking of auctions, wasn't there supposed to be an auction tonight?
For Ethan,
Yeah.
was it tonight or was it? Is
Yes.
it next week?
I think it was tonight.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't have anybody slated. Like maybe nobody wanted to do it, so he just
Well, I think he
Jesus,
was
man.
going to auction off some Del Keown art,
Ooh.
and I'm wondering what happened.
Well, I know Dale tried to auction off his own art on his channel,
Right.
like $3,000. Yeah.
And that's why everybody told him to like hold off.
Right.
I honestly think he should just put it up on eBay and not do a live stream, because I think he has a better shot of getting more eyes on it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he would have to have somebody, I think, help him with the eBay, because
Yeah.
I don't know if he's really all that tech savvy with it.
No, I understand. I just think
Bang
he's
for
going to
his
get
buck,
more
he would be
bids
better off,
if it's
yeah.
listed.
And that is possible. It's very possible. Although there are some whales that watch Ethan's channel.
Right.
So
But
you
there
never know.
There are people that scour eBay all the time.
Yep, there are. You're right.
But yeah, supposedly he's like selling a Hulk cover.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see what it goes for.
Yep. I used to have photocopies of the pencils to like issue 2 or 3 of Pitt. And
Oh, wow.
I tossed all my pencils away, my collection, because I thought, I'm never going to use these again. And because I was trying to get ink work in the early 90s. And I'm trying to remember the guy's name, Mark. He's an inker at Marvel right now.
I don't know too many inkers currently.
Anyway, he used to give me a lot of his photocopies, and I would trade whatever copies I got. So there was like this whole underground of guys passing around and copying each other's copies.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
You know, you think, I got an extra whatever. I got some Batman, or I got some Hulk. Oh, cool, man. It'll be.
Yep.
And then you guys.
I've got some Del Keown. Oh yeah, I've got some Jim Lee over here.
Yeah.
It also help with inking different styles too.
Yeah, it would.
Del's pencils have always been like super tight.
Yeah, they're ridiculous, man. His pencils are gorgeous. I almost prefer them not inked.
Yeah, it's like, what am I supposed to do with this now?
Seeing the way Ethan draws, it's kind of like the way I draw. I do very quick, loose thumbnail with not a ton of detail, just enough. And then I draw with the ink.
Yeah, it keeps it fluid,
fresh,
and it gives it energy. Yeah.
Yep.
It keeps it loose. Yeah, I ink pretty freaking loose.
It's, the same applies even to animation design. Even though I do it super tight and clean, I get a better line when I'm not redrawing it a second time.
Yeah. And you're also not as, I don't know, it just, you don't, it doesn't get stiff.
Right.
You know, it just,
because the more iterations, the stiffer it gets, and the more you lose, the life you lose in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I like inking pretty loose.
So sometimes with like my stuff, I like keeping the blue line. Like, I'm gonna keep this blue line. They came out really good.
And then we even said that. We even said that during the auction that blue line, just because it had that energy to it.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, it had that movement because it was sketchier, but not like it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't as tight. It was a nice piece.
And then what I do is I grab the light table, put the piece of paper over it, and then I ink it like how I would ink on the actual blue line. But that way I get 2 copies.
Yeah, it works.
But it still doesn't have the same energy. It just doesn't.
Once you do it enough, you get used to it. And...
Also, inking the way I do, I make a lot of mistakes, but I don't always correct them, so it does keep it. It gives it a little bit of a motion to it. It's,
Yep.
it's not a perfection, and it just makes it look like it's breathing.
You find what works for you.
Yep.
Here it is. I find the blue line. Yeah, so this is the blue line.
Oh, I see.
Maybe make it bigger. Boop.
Yeah, I like that blue line.
Not me. There we go. That changed some things with the ink too, but
Yeah. Yep. You should just, for the heck of it, try drawing it really loose and then tightening with the ink and see what happens.
I'm not inking with the nib. Why am I holding a paper towel?
yeah. Because what I end up doing is I end up just start tracing. And I'm like, no, I don't want to trace. Like I'm trying to.
Nah, because once you
Trying to
start
get
getting
line.
used to drawing with the ink, you can kind of ditch that step a little.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm keeping this blue line.
Yep.
Keep it. Abra can do without it.
I'm waiting for Magnificent Bastards to come out. Then I can sell the inks on that inside page I did. Like,
When is
yeah,
that
here.
supposed to- When is that supposed to
Soon, I guess. The book's done. They said they're going to start shipping soon.
I hope they are.
So I didn't have enough yeast to make dinner, so I'm getting my daughter to pick up some more yeast.
Hockey,
Oh,
you're a disappointment.
Wow.
Did you bring enough pizza for the whole class?
Yes.
You got a daughter old enough to drive now.
Yes, I do.
Hockey's got 38 kids.
I have just 2 daughters, and my youngest is graduating this year.
Oh, congrats, man.
Right?
There's a
And
there's
then-
a running joke. There's a running joke that I've got a lot of kids. So. Or is it a joke?
Is it? I don't know.
We can't break the lore.
It,
My oldest is going to have a baby in August. So,
Oh, wow, dude.
Oh, nice.
Yep. I'm gonna be.
Congrats all around, man.
I'm gonna be a grandpa.
oh wow.
I am my sister's kid has a kid, so I'm a great uncle.
Well, that's all right. You could be the drunkle.
There you go.
All right, let's dirty this up a little.
It'll be a while till I have any grandchildren. So,
Let's hope.
for their sake.
For their
Just
sake.
all I hope for is that my youngest daughter doesn't marry a dirtbag. Like,
Oh, the biggest fear, dude.
yeah, like my oldest daughter, she married such a great guy. Like, I could be in a stadium of 40,000 people, throw a rock, and not hit anybody better than this guy. So,
Nice.
Yeah, it's good.
yeah.
Hey, they say they choose people like their old man, you know?
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, that's what they always say. So that's why I got a 5-year-old now. I'm like, I gotta be good to this kid. So she doesn't marry a dirtbag. You know? I mean, she's the only one that we're gonna have. So of course, she's a daddy's girl.
Well, I just, my sister had one pretty abusive kind of boyfriend, and
Oh, no.
I had to punch him in the face once.
Yeah,
And I don't ever want to have to do that again.
yeah.
Yeah, it's understandable.
I just don't want to have to dig a 6-foot hole in the wintertime. I think that'd be
Break out the wood, just break out the wood chipper. you know?
right there you go.
There you go. Do old Fargo on you.
Go
I got
fishing.
I got a buddy that lives in the mountains.
Know anybody near the ocean? You can just go out on a fishing boat and say, I got chum.
Do the Dexter, right?
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yeah. In Minecraft. Right.
Hey, J-Bot, guess what?
What's up?
I don't have to rip this apart.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Told you, you got to beat it into submission.
I did, man. I totally beat this thing into submission.
No, it didn't take all my urge to be like chicken butt.
I was not happy with the way it was going.
Not
I
to
was
say
thinking
chicken
the
butt.
same thing. Chicken butt.
Or
I
like
guess,
my daughter, I'm hungry. Nice to meet you, hungry. I'm daddy. Like, it's
and guess what?
so hard.
So where are you getting your music?
So this is, let me see. Let's see what playlist is. This is from, let's see, Chill Hop. It's like called Chill Hop Radio or Chill Hop on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and their
I've
stuff
seen.
is like royalty free and stuff, you know. And then I
Yep.
just like screen capture it, and then pull the audio, drop it in iMovie, and then make an audio file, and then you can just put it in, and it actually loops. So it's like a couple songs that I put together, and then it'll just, it's like, I think the playlist is maybe like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then it'll just loop.
Stream Deck and Voice Mod have royalty-free music too.
Nice.
See, this is how I felt when Matt Barr left me hanging. Listen, can you hear crickets?
Oh, it's got a, let's see, I got a react here. There's a react button here. We have a,
I mean, I had to make a campfire.
I know, it's like, I'm giving them 30 minutes.
Yeah, dude, I was backstage for like a half hour, and I'm like, and then I saw your link. So I was like, yeah, thank goodness.
I keep forgetting about these. Do I gotta? No, that's not it. There we go. Oh, I gotta remember that one's there.
And here I am at the pub.
Yeah. I got
This
my
is the-
iTunes going. So.
This is the creepiest one I've got, though. Let's see if I got the right one.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
You're not hearing it?
I'm not. No.
I guess it won't play my sounds then.
No, I have my iTunes going anyway, so I can't really hear it.
Well,
I can't really hear the
Stream
music.
Deck.
How dare you, Stream Deck?
Yeah, let's see if I can get mess with my voice lab.
This is 0.
All right, how does this sound? It's really, really deep.
Yeah, nice, man. Sultry and smooth.
Yes, I am a dragon.
I am Draco.
Drago.
Draco.
I can't hear it on my end, so
It's
No,
not
but
working. It's not working on mine either.
I thought he sounded deeper.
No.
no, it's supposed to modulate it to sound like a dragon or a barbarian.
Oh, I thought you just sounded deeper. Hocky can sound like Sean Connery.
See, Money Penny, why don't you remove that bow and let me get to know you better? No, Shane uses the
Oh, that's what he uses?
yeah, he uses the voice modulator. It's called Voice Mod.
Oh my god, I think my. Oh, is it empty?
Bam.
I think my Copic died.
Oh no, Copic died. How did it die? You never use. Oh, you never used them. No.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I feel screwed over because this app isn't working for me.
Could be
Could be Melon.
Could be melon.
Melon. See, I've got the farts open and you can't hear it.
Oh yeah, no
Yeah.
no farts. Boo, melon app. Boo.
Yeah, it's melon.
Yeah, I'm only hearing it on my end. Bastards.
Melon, curse
Well,
you, melon.
All right,
But
that's
I ain't
better.
paying for you now. If I can't unlock everything and use it.
Like I said, it's the melon app. It's not. I don't think it's your sound thing.
Bastards.
I'm surprised
I'm
that
gonna use that one to do the back. But
melon app is working as well as it is actually.
So who's watching what right now? Because I just finished the latest episode of Picard season 3.
I've been watching documentaries, man.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. Watched Waco. That was pretty cool. I watched that one with the boat. Like the kid, that the dad was like a lawyer, and I don't know. I can't remember the McMahon or McMahon murders or something. I don't know. I watched a few of them. Yeah.
My wife's grandfather, he was a really super cool dude. He owned the land right next to the Branch Davidians
Oh wow.
in Waco, and his land sat up a little bit higher on a hill, and he told me how he went out there every day with his lawn chairs and just sat and watched everything happen.
Wild.
oh,
dude.
jeez.
Yeah.
It's like watching history like unfold.
Yep. Cool thing about her grandfather, he served in 3 branches of military during World War II. He was in the Army, Navy, and the Seabees, which isn't like an official branch, but he built runways in the Pacific later in the war, and he was an extra in John Wayne's The Fighting Seabees.
Oh, nice.
He was a Japanese sniper that got shot out of a tree.
My mom's a huge John Wayne fan. She might have
Yeah.
seen that movie.
That's my dad. You know, that was his favorite thing. I remember as a kid, we're watching the Alamo, and my dad goes, "Watch this scene right here. Look in the background, and there's a Greyhound bus."
They got a Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
It happens.
It does happen, Hockey.
So cool. What was that? You said the one about you said Waco and another one.
Yeah, it was this rich family. The son was got super drunk, and then these dating people. I don't know. They were on a boat, and the boat flipped. They hit a bridge, killed one of the girls, and a couple years went by, and ended up. I guess he ended up getting killed by somebody along with his mom, and they think the dad did it. The dad's in jail now.
that trial just happened.
Yeah, there was a documentary on that.
Yeah.
Watched that. There's another one with this weird cult-like mom. Was she Mormon? No, Church of Latter-day Saints, and she
Ethan's people.
yeah, actually, and but she got super weird about stuff, and she ended up they think that she killed 2 of her 2 little kids, her and this other dude, and it's just it's so whacked out, man. It's like a Insane Mom or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. It's on Netflix also. I'm butchering these names, but they were fascinating. And now I'm watching. I was watching this one on Scientology.
Oh, man, those people are scary.
It's scary, dude.
They're like, we're not a cult. You're like, sure.
No, I wouldn't even mention them on social media. That's how scary they are.
They're scary, dude. Listening to some of the stuff, I'm like, oh man.
I might have seen a documentary too where someone who was in it and then they left and he just got hounded. They stalked him and they sent him threats and what's going on? Oh my gosh.
When I was a kid, my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses, and they got out of it. And I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, they go to the doors, man.
Yeah.
Door to door.
So if you want to get rid of a Jehovah's Witness, here's what you tell them. You don't. I forget the. You just tell them you were disfellowshipped. You'd been in the church and you were disfellowshipped. They will never show up at your door again.
Oh,
What does that
really?
mean?
Yep.
Fellowship.
Sounds like you were like kicked out.
It's like excommunicated, but they use the word disfellowship. And
Excommunicado.
that's the word. So if you say disfellowship, but yeah, they're pretty bad.
Yeah, thankfully never really encountered them at the door. So
The dog keeps anyone away now. So
I'm usually sleeping or at work.
I just find it weird that a church with hundreds of thousands of people only expect 144,000 to be saved.
Those
And
numbers
they have-
don't quite add up.
Yeah, they have more members in their church than the people that are getting saved.
Yeah,
I mean,
somebody's
select
not
few.
telling the truth.
That's
And
why you gotta give
another-
them all the money.
the guy that started basically Jehovah's Witnesses, it's all based on the Old Testament stuff.
Right.
But a really weird thing about the guy that started it, he's buried in a pyramid in a cemetery. Which
Yeah.
makes no sense.
What?
Yeah.
It's a cool shape.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Which, if you want to see him, you gotta grab a bag of sand
Mhm.
and
Oh, yeah.
replace the idol so you
Right.
can see him. Gotta be the exact weight, or the boulder comes to get you.
Now I feel like I'm Donald DeLay and I'm overriding the whole conversation here.
Calm
No,
down,
no.
Donald.
There's conversation. That's all that matters.
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like being on a
Hey,
stream
Plegel's
with
back in the chat. Picard
What?
season 3
Hey!
rules.
Oh, I
Hey,
forget there's even a chat.
card rules.
Okay, it's okay. Most YouTubers do.
I do have to watch the new Picard. I
hear
I
it's
hated season 1. We tolerated. I thought, it's all right.
Well,
Season 2, we made about 3 episodes and going, this is unbearable. It was.
I've not seen the first two. Because I've heard how bad it was.
yeah.
I went ahead and started season 3 the other day, and damn, it's good. Like
Yeah. I want to see it. So
the only thing that bothers me is traditionally on Next Generation, they would have had an entire plot done in maybe an episode, maybe 2.
yeah.
But their storylines are in episodes of 4 and blocks of 4. It's all one big, larger story, but they wrap up every 4th episode so far.
Like they were tight at writing back then. They could do it in one episode. So.
Right. I mean, there are. Excuse me.
No, you go ahead.
There are a lot of member berries in it, but
Especially Deep Space Nine, I find that they have a lot of things that stretch over the series or season.
right.
So we're up to. Me and my wife are watching Deep Space Nine.
I love
We're up to
DS9.
Oh, it's so good.
Quark is the best character in Star Trek.
Quark is he's really interesting. We're up to season.
Misogynist pig.
Yeah, season 6. So they've lost the Deep Space Nine by now. So it's been overrun by the Dominion or whatever. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan's saying don't even bother with season 1 or 2. Just he's like, there's a reason why the new season doesn't have anything other than Picard in the title card.
Right.
So I guess just start with season 3. Yeah, okay.
yeah, I will.
I liked New Worlds, the new one, the new
Oh,
series.
yeah. With
Yeah.
Pike.
Yep. But I have not watched Discovery yet.
Yeah, I saw the first 2 seasons of Discovery, and then I was done. So
Oh yeah. I just couldn't stand the way the Klingons looked.
oh, exactly. I think the Ferengi came into like the 3rd or 4th season, and apparently they look really stupid too.
Yeah, they showed a Ferengi in Picard, and it looked pretty normal. Like,
They're good.
yep.
All right, J-Bot, I'm gonna bounce, man.
Aw.
I'm getting tired. I gotta wake up for work in the morning in a little bit.
Sounds good, bud.
There you go. That's what I did tonight.
Yeah, let's make
Beautiful.
that big.
There you go.
Ooh.
Who did he cut up?
Whoever.
I like that.
See-
That pose is awesome.
Now
Thanks, man.
you got to draw another page connected to it.
The connecting page.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just be a big bloody head coming at you.
Yeah, that would be pretty dope. Yeah, there you go.
That's awesome, dude.
Well done, sir.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
It's bloody awesome.
Good job.
It's bloody awesome, as Hocky would say. Thanks for
Bloody
having
dope.
me on, man. It's good meeting you.
Good meeting you.
And yeah, I sent you the happy friend request, so you know.
Awesome. I'll see if I got it right here.
Yeah,
Dude, I did not get any notification.
it's Twitter, man. You might even get it in 2 days. Who knows? So
Sometimes you don't get it
Yeah.
at all. Man.
yeah, but I did follow you. So yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
me too.
Have a good night, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Later, bud.
Later.
Well, you guys are doing spectacular stuff.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. It's
So you
okay.
work
I don't like the pose that much, but I kind of did it, and then I thought, oh well, I'll keep going.
Yeah. So, Jay, what's holding our loincloth on?
You gotta ask Dan. I don't know.
Is there like some attachment underneath that's like,
Yeah.
I have no idea. Yeah,
you know,
right.
like,
No one knows.
It's like those butt plug tails you see all the
That's
time.
what I'm thinking. Like maybe it's like a shocker kind of thing.
That's the fun of comic books. You don't have to worry about it.
There is a rumor that it's not attached. It's part of her. So
Oh, it's very hairy then.
There you go.
yeah.
So you're familiar with the hand sign, the shocker, right?
Yes.
No, I'm
Okay.
not. I'm not. No,
You don't know what this means, Hockey?
no, I've never seen that.
2 in the pink, 1 in the
Yeah.
stink,
right?
right?
Oh,
So
Right.
in Houston, there is a college called the University of Houston, and that is their hand sign.
Oh God. On purpose, or they just don't know?
Yes, because in sign language it means U of H.
oh my goodness.
So whenever I see the stickers like on a car with that hand sign, it just cracks me up.
Mhm.
Yeah, it would. That's great.
And then I taught my oldest daughter, if somebody flips you off, just flip them this sign back, because I think it's far worse.
Is it?
Yeah, so now my older daughter laughs and does it if like somebody ever in traffic.
So did you work on the new DuckTales?
Yes, season
Oh.
2.
That was so good.
Thank
I haven't seen it. I do like.
Dude.
I do like what's his name? Who does the voice?
It's like if you didn't think they could do better, they did.
All right.
Like they built a whole lore, and then they start bringing in like Tailspin, and they built a whole like Duckburg, Disney afternoon like world. Like it's all like Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Like oh man, it's so good.
So, DuckTales is probably one of my top favorite cartoons of all time when I was a kid. And so the first time I worked for Disney was in a studio in Austin called Junction Point, and we did the Epic Mickey games.
Yeah, those are good, man.
And after finishing my work, because I was in the concept design department. After finishing my work in 2012, they talked about doing an Epic Donald, and it ended up being DuckTales, Epic DuckTales. And I spent about the better part of a year. I designed over 400 characters for a new DuckTales game and worked with some programmers and
Wow.
started getting all the initial designs finished and everything before they brought on the rest of the studio. And Disney decided they were going to just let us all go.
Oh God.
So I was heartbroken because I'd sunk so much of myself into that world.
Yeah.
And I've watched every episode over and over and over again while I was working all the time. And so I decided, just for fun, to start painting all the Avengers as what if the Avengers were in the DuckTale world, and I started posting those online. And I got so much traffic or traction from that. Even Joe Quesada took notice and tried to get me in at Marvel at the time, but I was too busy. And I really, really wanted on that new DuckTales show when I heard it was coming out. So I was just calling everybody I knew and showing them these DuckTale pieces. And I finally got far enough that they said, yeah, we're not going to hire you. I don't know what the deal was. You know, I got rejected more than once by this particular producer. And so I get this call one day from the recruiting department at Disney, and they said, we know you've tried to get on the show, so right now they're looking for a prop guy to be on season 2, and we're gonna just do a blind test. We're gonna get all these different artists to test for the job, but we're not gonna tell them who it is, and have them pick based on merit. Well, I won with flying colors this time.
Nice.
And they couldn't contest that I wasn't good enough, and I finally got on the show that way.
That's awesome.
It was a dream come true for me.
So what does that job entail on what you did on there?
Prop design, I mainly do that. I sometimes do character designs. Basically, anything a character touches or interacts with is what a prop designer does.
Okay.
So, for instance, looking at your pieces, I would design those swords, basically.
Sure. Okay.
And what they would do is they'll give me an animatic and the storyboards, and they give me a list of all the objects, and they say, we want you to draw this prop in scene whatever, just scene act 3, scene 206 or whatever, and wherever in the board, and I'll draw it from that angle. But I'll also go and scrub through and look at all the boards to see if that object is anywhere else at a different angle, and I draw that object at all the different angles, or any angles I feel that the animators might need. And then sometimes they literally use my drawing or use it as reference.
Yeah.
So I worked on a show called Big City Greens for 2 seasons recently, and they didn't literally use my drawing. The studio that they hired were still animating in pencil on paper, and so they just used my work as reference.
Yeah.
Now on the Teen Titans Go movie, everything I drew was literally used in the movie. Like I drew
Oh,
every
nice.
angle of every Batmobile, every golf cart, every robot in that movie. I drew it. Every cop car. I drew the cop cars flipping over for the animators so they could see how they exploded and flew apart. And
Oh, awesome.
I also draw a lot of effects too. That's a part of being a prop designer. You get to draw explosions and blow shit up. And that's actually my favorite thing to draw. You give me a truck that needs to get destroyed, I'll draw the heck out of it. Because it's a
That's
challenge.
cool.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
Awesome.
And I've
Oh,
been doing it for a good while. But now I'm drawing my comics.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's scary. It's scary to me because here I am. I'm starting streaming and hoping that I could do enough of it between now and when I want to launch my campaign.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of nerve wracking. Like, we've been streaming for a while. J-Bot's been. When did you start streaming, J-Bot? Probably
Oh,
6
man.
months ago.
Yeah, probably about 6 months ago. I mean, I've
Mhm.
done YouTube before, like gaming. Like I had a gaming channel
Right.
years ago, and had an airsoft channel before that. So I was like doing. I always
Oh,
was doing
sweet.
YouTube stuff. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, just the I feel I love the streaming because it's easy. I don't have to
It is.
edit nothing.
Right.
It is easy.
Like, that's great.
I actually created a video a couple of months ago, and I was in the editing process. And I was going, no, I'm not going to release this because it's just taking forever to edit it. So,
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm here to make friends.
yeah, cool.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I think that's that. I think people find out who you are. You're in the chats. They start to like you. They invite you on. You'll see
Yeah.
your work. Like I think I say that's like a big part of it too. Sometimes people, I feel like sometimes people want to skip the line because of what they've done. Sometimes, and it's like, well, are you kind of? And then they'll do interviews, but then they'll get these interviews because of like the stuff they've been doing in comicsgate, but then they won't mention comicsgate in the
Right.
interviews. And it's like, well, are you kind of like ashamed of everybody? Like,
Yep.
so stuff like that's kind of weird, but
Well, I am never, ever gonna beg Ethan to get on his stream ever. I just don't want to be that guy.
yeah, and I think sometimes too, people got to bring it to his attention as well, because even like he didn't know Rini was in worked at Marvel and worked on stuff too,
Yep.
and he's like, oh, okay, and then so she was on as well and stuff like that. So
Yep.
I think also, from what obviously you have the skills to pay the bills, man. It's like I think once people see your stuff, they'd be like, yeah, no
Right.
brainer, we're back in that.
I think I do okay.
I'm excited to tell my wife that I had somebody on my stream that worked on DuckTales, because that's like her diehard, her like that's it. Like we have a Wii U, and I'm like, well, you never play it. She's like, listen, I got DuckTales on it. You can't get rid of it. I'm
Well,
like,
I
all
didn't
right.
work on the game, but I wish
I
I
know.
did.
But it's still, it's like it's but yeah, her and my daughter watch the new DuckTales all the time.
Yeah, I love DuckTales so much.
So it's like her measuring stick for everything. It's like,
Yeah.
or I'm like, babe, what you want to play? She's like, DuckTales on NES is her top
Right.
game. It's like DuckTales, Super Mario 3, and it's like
What about the new version of the NES? Does she play that?
the Switch.
Yeah, they redid it. They took the old one and did new artwork. They updated the graphics. You haven't seen it?
Is that I think that's the one that Way Forward did, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same game. They just did nicer, cleaner, cooler graphics
Oh, I'm
for
gonna have
it.
to check that one out because the last one we bought was the one that Way Forward did, and they added a ton of stuff to it,
Right.
which was cool. Like they added boss battles and they
Hmm.
cleaned it up. They actually have like an intro where like the Beagle Boys are breaking into the
Right.
into the which wasn't in the original game and stuff. So, but she still likes her NES one the best.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah.
I'd just give her a new DuckTales game, you know.
Yeah, no, she loves that one too, but she's like, yeah, I like the NES one better because she's just like she runs through those stages, like she's just like, all right, watch this, look at this, watch. She's like, watch, look at this.
Speedrun.
Look,
I'm
I
like,
can
okay.
play it all the way through in one sitting in 1
Yeah.
hour. Like,
Yeah. Yep, she's like, oh man, she's on fire on that game.
speed run. Yep. I haven't finished it, but I have that newer Ninja Turtles game on the Switch.
Yeah, that's
Shredder's
good.
I
Revenge.
enjoyed that.
That's a good one.
I
Yeah.
really like it. And somebody's making another game like Ninja Turtles. I think they're redoing Battletoads or something.
I know they did one and it wasn't good. They did a
Right.
Battletoads maybe 2 years ago and it wasn't good because it was like full of mini games. Like, I think people forget that like Battletoads, like the first stage was to beat them up and everything,
Mhm.
every other stage was different. So like I do not like Battletoads. Like I think
Right.
it's a crappy game. But like when you get to like I'd rather play like Double Dragon or Double Dragon 2 or something.
Oh man.
You know.
I
But
would-
it's like but yeah, it didn't do too well because they changed the lady too. Instead of making her like she was always like that hot lady with you know what I mean. They like
Mhm.
made her look like a frumpy lab chick, and a lot of people were mad that they changed her design. Like they
Right.
changed a bunch of stuff, and they tried to make it meta, but I don't think it didn't fly. People didn't like it.
That original Ninja Turtles game is one of the hardest games ever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's super tough.
There's a game out now on the Switch called Dredge that looks so much fun. It's about this little boat on the ocean, and you dredge up with nets all these fish and creatures and monsters out of the ocean, like, and you just schooner around on the water. But it looks so interesting, though. It's like a horror game with a boat,
Huh.
but with fish. I can't explain it.
It sounds cool. I feel like the Switch has brought a lot of that indie stuff that's kind of like
Yep.
that's fun and simple, you know. And they're like, "Oh, look at this! Oh, cool!" And people will like buy it. And it was it a long hike or something? It's like a long hike, and you're just like this little bird, and you just like explore these mountains, and you talk to people at the village. Kind of looks like Animal Crossing ish, but then you get to the top, and then you get to fly. And it's a super simple game, but it's like has all like these reviews, like it's great, like everybody got to play this game. And you look at it, and it's like, yeah, like. You know, like 10 years ago, this stuff would like never get published, or like a studio would like never bring this stuff on.
Right.
And so now with like the self-publishing and like what people can do now and to put out their own stuff, I feel like, you know, again, people are following studios. They're like, oh, I like that game. What are they doing? Oh, they're doing this game now. Oh, cool. I'm gonna definitely check that game out.
A good friend of mine owns a small indie studio called Atui, and he makes Mutant Muds on the
Oh,
Switch.
okay, yeah,
Yep.
okay, yeah. Like Xeno Drifter, I think is another one too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he and I were working at Iguana Studios in the 90s, and
Oh yeah, NBA Jam. That's right.
right, he made a game called Iggy's. I can't remember what it was. Iggy's something, and it was this game where Iggy's Wrecking Balls, and they
Oh
look
yeah.
like they had the tongues and stuff. It was very unique and inventive for the time, you know, because nobody was doing anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I have I co-own a retro video game store. Like that's what I do. Like that's
Oh,
my job.
neat.
So like yeah, when we get Iggy's Wrecking Balls, it's like
Mhm.
either people don't know about it or they know about it. It's either one or the other. It's
Right.
like it's like what's that? Or it's like bro, Iggy's Wrecking Balls. Like it's either they
Right.
go batshit or it's like nothing.
Right. His
You know,
name
it's-
is Jules. Jules Watson. And yeah, he's still making indie games. He's a pretty
cool.
awesome guy.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I might have to go too, fellas.
Oh, Hocky.
Oh,
Sorry.
boo. He's the earliest out of
I know,
out of everybody.
I don't know where.
That's cool, man.
I gotta go find out what's happening with dinner because the yeast hasn't arrived. Anyway, I gotta. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So
That's all right.
Oh, your thing's looking
Right.
good, bud. Did you
Yeah,
black out
it's
the face
awesome.
on purpose?
what's that? Sorry.
I said you blacked out the face on purpose because didn't he have a face?
Yeah,
or
he's a drow elf. Drow elf's a black
Right.
skin.
They're
Right.
solid black.
Okay.
So
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh,
It just looks like a, okay.
yeah.
Now I see the face. Okay, cool. I thought you were
Yeah.
just like, I don't like the face. Black it out, man.
No,
no. So,
you don't
That's
know,
okay.
man.
I don't know nothing. He was gray when I played him in the game, man. That's all I know.
yeah, they're called drows or black elves or
Mhm.
dark elves. So, anyway.
Cool, man. It's turned out great.
No,
dude.
cheers. Thanks. Yeah, nice to meet you, Chad.
Nice to
hopefully-
meet you.
Yeah, I'll hit you up if you are interested in trying my
Yep.
silly little game show. It's a bit
It's
of fun.
not silly. I'll give it a shot.
So, it's fun. So,
See if I can
yeah.
hang with you guys.
sounds good, mate. Now, hopefully we'll see you a lot more of it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
Rightio. Cheers. And
Adios.
Enjoy.
Good luck with dinner.
Yes.
Well, Jay, I don't want to keep you up if you don't want to.
I mean, I'm fine for now. I maybe got like half an hour in me, unless you want to call it. That's cool by me too, man.
I'll share something. I'll share my cover. It's not colored.
Sure, absolutely.
Let's see if I can share my. What is
Should be able
this?
to Just hit it.
I understand. Don't show me again. Let's proceed. All right. Let's see if I can share the shop of photos. Where is it? Wow, I must have a whole lot open. Oh, it's a window. Duh.
Yeah, you can do windows. I think you can do tabs and stuff like that
All right.
too.
Can you see the left side here?
Sure can.
There
Let's
you
see.
go. This is my cover.
Let's pop that up. Oh, that's awesome. I love the energy behind it. Like, how do you capture that energy? Like, it's like I try to capture that energy, and everybody looks stiff.
You know, it's best. The best thing you can do is practice with stick figures, and trying to make stick figures have that energy and movement.
Mm-hmm.
If you could get that down and get really good at that, then all the anatomy and everything over the top will fall into place. It's like icing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can get good at that, just get a sketchbook and just start drawing sticks, just drawing movement. Try to capture movement. Don't think about detail, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want to say hi to Boob Dan. Dan Plegels in the popped in.
Dan.
Hello.
Hey, Dan.
Hello.
Number 7.
That's right.
Hello,
Number
hello.
7.
Number 7.
And then I'm waiting to hear back from a colorist to see if he wants to color it. If not, I got somebody else who want to do it. I could do it myself, but you know, I really want to sell it. You know what I mean? I want to sell that cover. And then this on the right, I have to do a turnaround of the Black Phantom here. So I just started drawing that this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And this is his villain in the first book, Horned Toad.
Oh, I like that. That's a cool design.
Yeah. So, and this guy on the right is Bugbite, the digital assassin.
Oh, okay. Is bite with a Y?
Yes.
Nice.
Let's see if I can, real quickly, see if I can pull up the color version, and I'll dip out and not take over the show here. Let's see. Comics. Let's see. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. I got a lineup of all my villains on one sheet. Where the heck is it? There we go. Where is it?
Yeah, I love these designs. I mean, you easily can see them as like action figures. Like it's so like yeah.
Yeah, I want them to like have a lot of life and character and oh, I just had it. There it is. Okay. Let's see. It's opening. All right. So I showed it to you in color.
Oh, yeah.
Horned Toad and Bug Bite, and then Dr. Cthulhu,
That's cool.
and then Pandora.
Oh, I like that. I like the little dog.
Yeah, so the jar, Pandora's jar, is sealed. She sews it inside the dog, and she can blast people with it. So, and there's my logo.
Awesome.
Yeah. And that's what the attorney is filing for this week. He's gonna make sure I'm locked in. And awesome. I hope you dig it.
Yeah, that's great, man. I love it.
I don't know if I stopped sharing.
Yeah, I did.
Cool. So yeah, you got the very first glimpse at all
Yeah!
this stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, I
See,
can't wait
Matt-
for that to come out.
Matt Barr could have had it, but
Missed out.
but you were very interested. You were asking me about it, so the first book is completely finished. I just gotta go over the dialogue and make sure I got it just the way I wanted.
Cool. Cool.
I
That's
just
kind of where
realized
I'm at. Like
one
I keep having these ideas, and it's like I'm never gonna be able to draw them all. So I'm debating about just like writing stuff and then hiring. Hey man, do this book for me, and just hire people. And then
Yeah.
be like it's done. Here you go.
I kind of like, I want to try to do it all myself, but I also realize, yeah, I can really color the heck out of the cover, but I think I'd rather like get a guy like Jason Wright or Kyle Ritter or somebody to finesse it for me, you know.
Maybe
Because-
not Kyle Ritter.
Maybe not. I don't know.
There's a lot of photos in there.
Oh yeah. Well, Jason Wright colored my pages on Cool Story Bro, and dude, I wanted to cry. That's like how good a job he did with it. Like, I know it sounds silly, but
Oh no, not at all.
he turned the pages in right before Christmas, and like it was like the coolest gift I could have ever gotten.
I think Matt Yackey would do really well on that as well.
Matt Yackey's amazing. Yeah, that guy's amazing. Just even him talking about coloring is just interesting. Like I don't know what he's saying, but man, it sounds great.
Yeah, I'll try to hit him up and ask him what he asks for. Like I said, I just want one iconic image, and that's what I was trying to go for with that. You know, I have a poster of the Black Phantom in the Spider-Man 1 pose, you know, but I've heard the grief over that, so and I came up with like my own iconic cover, so to speak. Hopefully people like it.
I think they will. I think the style is great. I think it's fun. Like I said, I totally see those guys as action figures. You know, and I think that's what people want. People want cool, fun, like badass looking stuff, you know.
Yeah, I can't wait for people to see it. I'm really nervous about it because I don't think it's like the greatest story in the world, but it's a fun action adventure thing where the Black Phantom is asked to go to the location where the V2 rockets are made during World War II and light up the location for the bombers. So in his mission, he ends up in a fight with Horned Toad and a bunch of vampires and stuff like that. And Horned Toad, I'm giving away spoilers, but Horned Toad rips his arm off, the Black Phantom's arm off, and the Phantom turns around and beats the shit out of him with his own arm.
That's fun.
Yeah, so he's a dead guy. He's basically a living dead guy that he can attach his arm and limbs back on. Um, and it's held together with a skeleton key that he wears around his neck. It's like a gypsy curse, and it's the only thing that's keeping him alive.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like his kryptonite. So one of my later stories, I want to have him be defeated and have all his limbs taken apart and shipped to different labs around the world, and they try to figure out how to manufacture more like him. And his sidekick is the only one with the key. He grabs the key before they get his body parts, and then in one of the stories, the sidekick will go on an adventure like a boss fight in video games, and he will go conquer each of these locations to get each body part, and then finally put them back together again, and then
That'd be cool.
him defeat the villain. And the next story I'm drawing right now is about General Patton getting a hold of the Spear of Destiny, the spear that pierced Christ in the ribs, and he decides he's going to go try to defeat Russia against Eisenhower's wishes, and he commands a zombie army and goes in after Russia, and the Black Phantom is going in to defeat Patton and get a hold of this spear.
Oh, that's a cool one.
Yeah. So I just started drawing the pages for it this last week.
That's a cool one. I like that.
Giving away all my ideas.
I know. You gotta put a lid on it, man. That's a cool one though too. That's great because you grab kind of stuff from history that people know generally about, and now we're gonna twist it, and flip it, and be like, here you go. Like, oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So I'm gonna call it the Black Phantom. The Fighting Black Phantom, the Lance. I was going to call it Spear of Destiny, but it sounds too much like that new Indiana Jones movie, the Spear, or the something of Destiny.
The dial. The dial of destiny.
The dial of... the dial of destiny.
But like, I got it! It's a rotary phone. Just
Yeah.
Please, right here.
Dial you up.
Yep. So what you up to, Dan?
Yeah, Dan.
Not much. Just I don't know. Just sitting took the baby. Literally, just finally went down.
That's good.
Oh man, you're so lucky right now. That's such a great time.
Yeah. Well, it sucks for me because I have this like colon cancer thing, and I'm laying in bed, and he's hopping on my kind of my area between my groin and my stomach, which is like where it really hurts. It's just like I'm just sitting there taking the beating.
Oh man,
but
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's not that bad, but it's just like, come on, dude, come on, go to sleep already. And he's just hopping up and down on me, watching his program on the YouTube. So I was just like, oh my gosh.
I think
so. He finally knocked out, and now I'm like, I don't know, like.
How old is the baby?
He's 9 months.
9 months.
Yeah, but he's massive though. He's not a normal 9-month-old child. He's 30 inches. He's like
he's a brick.
He's huge, dude. He weighs like I think he weighs like 27 pounds or 29 pounds or something.
Wow,
he is big, and he's like half the size of my wife, and it's just like.
Wow.
Oh my god, he's so big.
She's gonna have strong arms.
Yeah. Weird to see other kids that are 16 months old and he's taller than them.
Oh yeah.
So it's crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah, my coworker has like the record of the biggest baby born in like South Carolina, like some kind of record for this child. This child's free. It was freaking huge. And you look at him, you're like, why is he acting like, you know what I mean? And it's like, you think he's like 5, and he's like, oh, he's just 3 years old. I'm like, Jesus.
What did they put in the meat there?
I don't know, man. But I was like, whoa.
That's crazy.
But he's pretty tall himself too. So when we're working, I'll be like, hey, grab that thing from the shelf for me, man. Go grab that. I don't want to get the ladder. Go grab that for me, dude.
Oh.
So yeah, I couldn't even imagine.
So just kind of hanging around the house, looking around on eBay at old toys and stuff, and always searching for random stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know, watch some TV and stuff once the kid goes to sleep. But that's about it.
When do you get to fit in any drawing?
Dude, I haven't drawn in months. It's torturous.
I see.
I can't really sit very long because of the colon stuff. So it's like I'm good for about maybe 15 minutes.
Oh man,
and I'm not.
Sucks.
I've never been really like, even when I worked in video games for about 8 years. Like I was never the type of person that could just sit down and just like switch it on and just start going.
Right.
I usually have to like sit in and like put on music or something, and I have to like my brain has to get stimulated first, and then I can go in and then I can just run for hours.
I'm that way too.
Spill it out, but lately I can't get in there. Anytime I try to draw something, there's a few things like I can draw some faces and stuff, and like that's all right, but it feels like everything else just kind of falls apart from there. Like so I haven't really been able to do anything lately, and it's frustrating.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah. And I've got this other book for a friend of mine that I was 2/3 of the way through doing, and now that thing is kind of sitting until I feel a little better. And
right.
I don't know. But
that's still pretty far. You're almost there.
Yeah. Well, luckily, my book is all drawn and everything. It's just waiting on Billy Bascom, my colorist. So. But,
you should try maybe doing like random prompt things or something just to kind of get the juices flowing again.
Dude, I don't even know how to describe it. It's almost like I've forgotten to draw. Like, it's really weird.
Yep. If you don't exercise those muscles.
Yeah, it looks real sloppy, and it just like I was on a Narwhal stream the other night, and I was saying how like I could draw, and somebody would probably look at it and go, "That looks pretty good." But I'd look at it and be like, it's like only maybe 50% of what it should look like.
No,
so
you know yourself.
Yeah. And also, like, I'm super slow right now because, like, I'm trying to, like, be deliberate to, like, make something happen. And that's even frustrating because, like, I just like to put out, when I go, I just like to just draw, like, a ton of pages all at once. And I don't know.
How fast were you at turning in pages? Like, or
I can do like 12 penciled pages in a day.
What?
And that's probably like in a 4-hour sit.
And then
fuck? I can gray tone and ink them in about 8 hours. So.
God, you make me feel inadequate, man.
But coloring, bro, is like my Achilles heel for sure. It takes me like I can do 2 pages in a day.
Dang.
But that's like sitting for maybe 3 hours coloring on each page, and it's just
to me
it's so tedious to me that I get tired.
The coloring to me is a little faster than all the line art. Interesting.
Yeah, not for me.
See, I'm colorblind though, so I do everything in grayscale and then overlay color.
Yeah. Well, that's where I'm at. I go to everything I do when it's finished is Copic, like grayscaled.
That's the best way. You get your values.
Yeah. Then sometimes you get colorists that don't know quite how to color that.
Dude, that is so mind-blowing that you can do that. That's...
Yeah. There's videos you could go watch.
I'm gonna have to go check that out.
My YouTube channel, I think there's some streams that I did where you can actually see me do the pages.
Damn, I want to talk to Donald about this.
But that was a while ago.
Yeah,
That was at least when I streamed those pages. That was back in probably May or April, I think. I don't know.
Wow, man, that is an amazing gift.
Well, it literally came from storyboarding and
that's good.
And video games, because I had to do lots of like pitch art and all kinds of stuff. So
right.
They'd be like, we got these 4 games that we can get the job to make, but we have to have all 4 pitches in by like 6 o'clock this evening, before the end of the business day. And it's just like you're busting out concept art and trying to get something that looks.
So where are you? What studio did you work at?
I worked at a company called Flying Tiger in like California, and then I also worked at a place called Java Ground that was in Irvine, California. Most of Java Ground's people all went and started Blizzard's mobile division.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So like basically everybody that was in their mobile division that at the beginning was all my ex-coworkers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've retired from video games a number of years ago.
Well, when the economy crashed in 2008, that was my retirement party.
Oh yeah.
Like that, I couldn't. Every time I went to go try and get a job someplace, like they would like shudder, like
really,
like after they're like, we think you're going to be a perfect fit. We'll see you on Monday, and then they're like, sorry, we're closing shop. Just like okay, and then. I was with somebody at the time that we were about to get married like in 3 months from that point, and like try and get a house and everything. She was just like, I don't like this art stuff. It's not economy proof. Like you need to get something that if the economy goes bad, we can still, afford our house payment. So then I basically stopped drawing for like 5 years, like anything. And then we broke up, and then I just was like doing, which is what I do now. I do AAA towing, but I'm not doing it right now actually because
I see.
I'm off for.
You're off for how long?
Indefinite. We don't know yet. It depends on the cancer treatments and recovery from surgery and everything else.
Damn.
We're hoping by the end of summer, but that's if everything goes well on Wednesday. If not, then probably not till January or something like that, because we're going to have to go through chemotherapy and radiation.
So I had to put the kiddo back to bed.
You reminded me, I once got hired at a video game studio, and I showed up to my first day at work, and everybody there was like, they didn't know that I got hired. And because the art director quit after he hired me.
Oh shit. And
I showed up to a job that they didn't know had been filled.
Oh god.
Crazy.
Isn't that awesome?
Like, who are you?
Yeah, like the HR woman was like, the hell? Yeah, that was a really bad one. Anytime people were spending money on extravagant offices, that's the biggest red flag that they're gonna go under before long.
Yeah, none of the places I worked at were like that. I mean, they weren't like with like holes in the wall, but they were not fancy at all. They were just basically like, here's some workstations,
Yep.
And there was 24 hours a day you could go in there and work.
I'm really surprised. Like, the Nintendo studio in Austin is called Retro, and they blew a ton of money on this super awesome studio with a theater and everything, and they're still going, man. That's the only one I know of that never went under.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
well, that's all that Donkey Kong money.
Yeah.
The thing that was funny is like out of high school, I went and interviewed to try and work at what became Blizzard. Because I don't know if you know or not, but Blizzard were the guys that created initially the game company that they were before they became Blizzard was the company that made Lost Vikings.
Oh yeah, that's
And
awesome.
I went to their office, which looked like a miniature version of the Seattle Space Needle. It had like a little elevator in the middle of it, and you went up into this dish-shaped like building at the top, which was all open and was their offices.
That is
And
strange.
I
I mean,
kinda
that's
interviewed-
cool, but
Yeah, we interviewed there, and then they're like, we don't really have any room for artists right now. Like, we're like already full. Like, their
I feel
budget or whatever
that's-
was like what it was.
that's the way the whole game industry is now. They don't really give a shit about the artists so much anymore. I mean, like the programmers are the gods, in
Yeah.
the game industry.
Well, I have a couple of my old programmer friends were like, yeah, we should, if you want, we can make a Goblin Girl like side scroller. And I'm just like, was like thinking about it, but I don't know if I want to go off and spend that much time making obs maps and fucking
Yeah,
sprite
it's a
gods
lot of
and
work.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried doing an indie game with a programmer once, and it just after months we finally gave up. We just it was too much for the two of us. I can tell Jay's ready to go to bed.
I'm getting there. Yeah, which is the couch for me now that my daughter took my spot in the bed.
Dude,
I went. What was funny? I was gonna say earlier. What was funny was you were talking about. You're like, oh, DuckTales is my thing, and I was like, mine was the Gummy Bears Adventure show.
oh yeah,
And I was like, I
Gummy
should go follow this
Bears.
guy Chad. He's got similar tastes and stuff. And I went, and we were already following each other.
yep.
I was like, okay.
That was like one of the things that we were like, whoa, was when we were watching the DuckTales episode and they're getting this formula and it's the gummy bear juice.
Oh yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna bounce here, I'm gonna bounce there, I'm gonna bounce everywhere. And my wife are like, oh, dude.
All I have to say is I so desperately want Super 7 to do 2 deluxe packs of figures. One of Duke Egbert and his trolls, and the other one of the family of the Gummy Bears.
Oh yeah. Gummy Bears.
That would be
are
an
cool.
awesome toy set.
I loved that show when I was a kid.
Yeah.
That I got the theme song in my head right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh man. Yeah, so good.
Yep, I loved that and G.I. Joe so much when I was a kid.
Oh, G.I. Joe was my jam. That was the only
Yep.
thing I collected toy-wise. My parents were like, you gotta collect one thing, and that's it. And it was
Dude,
G.I.
I
Joe.
just replaced all the rubber bands in my G.I. Joes this last week.
I was doing some of that myself recently, but my bolt on dock was rusted. I gotta figure out a way to get that thing off.
Look, I just fixed shipwreck.
Oh, nice.
The rubber bands are super easy to replace. In
They
these.
are, and they're pretty affordable.
Yeah, you just go to Home
So-
Depot and spend $3.
Yeah. trying to think.
Are they like
I
O-rings?
just,
Yep. I'll show
yeah,
you.
I literally just bought a G.I. Joe this afternoon that was like super cheap online that I didn't have.
Yeah, they're these little rubber band O-rings that you get in the plumbing department,
Yep.
Nice.
and they come in a little
There are some
box.
people on eBay that sell big bags of them for like $5.
Yeah, there's some people will rape you with those too. Like
No.
they'll go buy the ones from Home Depot and then sell them on the site for more.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I found a couple that were pretty decent, so I bought a huge sack of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I had a couple where the bolts were rusted in the back.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Like,
I need to replace
everything-
my.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I need to replace my original Gung Ho. He's the only one that like is kind of wrecked in my set because like as a kid I didn't know how to get the bolt out that was rusted, so like I carved out the hole in his back too much, so he can't wear a backpack.
Oh yeah.
So I gotta replace him.
All of my figures look in really great shape, but this Storm Shadow yellowed and
Yeah, there's a way to clean that.
really.
Yeah, there's like I can't remember what the cleanser is, but there's like a mild cleanser you can use on any, like they use it on Stormtrooper toys and like any vehicles that have that
It's
white texture. It's not
Yeah.
as good. Like you can't use it. I think they said you can't use it on like the colored figures, but like anything that's white, it'll take it out. It's like a mild sort of bleach or something like that it fixes them.
It makes me think it just gotten heat and storage or something, and then
Maybe there's a lot of figures that happens to.
Yeah, sometimes it's the plastic that they use too. I know it happens with like the Super
Do you-
Nintendos.
There's a guy online. He's on Instagram. Is where I mainly do business with him. But he's called the Black Major. You heard of that guy?
heard of the Black
Look up
Phantom.
Look up the Black Major if you're into GI Joe stuff, because this guy, he got the original, I guess, manufacturing company somewhere in China to make him to make printouts of classic Joes. So he makes like army builder things. Like I'm getting a bunch of he's made a bunch of like green shirt like Joes.
Really?
He's made like different like he's made taken the Storm Shadow thing and made a bunch of red ninjas.
Is that why I'm seeing a lot of these different color versions of Joes that I'm like, where is that?
I've got I just bought a 3-pack of black Crimson Guards with gold epaulettes and stuff on them. They're like super cool looking. And he's got the most recent thing, like I said, he has up is he's got like a set of green shirts, which just look like sort of classic Green Joes, but with like the higher articulation. And then he did a 6-pack strike team of the do you remember the mail away Joe that was like You Become a Joe that's got the weird like motorcycle helmet?
Yep.
He recasted those. The only thing they don't have is they don't have the graphic thing to go on the shoulders. They come without that.
Wow. So about how much are these?
Okay, so the 7-pack of the green shirts is like $100.
Dang.
Yeah, but they come with like a ton of accessories. Each one comes with a jetpack, like some sort of backpack, a helmet with like a visor. They come with like 2 sets of guns for each figure, so you have like full-on options with them.
You're killing me. Like
I know.
I'm wanting to get them now. All of a sudden, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the green shirt Joe with the visor that I have, but
dude, you can order. He made just visors and helmets that you can order. Like you can get like a 6-pack for like $24.
That's what I want to do. If I were to do a Black Phantom action figure,
yeah,
I would want to do it in like Joe pieces.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. That's like there's some of those some of the original sculptor guys of the GI Joes. They've started making their own line of like alternate sort of world sort of GI Joe figures. I think it's called Operation Recoil, and they did like a crowdfunder, and they're basically figures that were designed by the original designers from like the 80s.
Oh,
and,
yeah. It's not
super...
the Action Force guys, but it's a different...
Yeah,
group.
They're connected, though. I think they're, like, friends with those guys. Like, there's also the Action Force guy that's making the G.I. Joe versions. Because, like, the British ones, they had some that were like ours, but then they had some that weren't articulated. So these guys are making articulated G.I. Joe American versions of the British ones.
The British ones were called Action Force, but
yeah.
They lost the license or something.
Yeah, but they were like Star Wars figures. Some of them though, they only had like the 4 points or 5 points.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the arms just swiveled up and down, so the legs and the heads just swiveled. But then they had some figures that were the American G.I. Joe figures that were fully articulated that were also put in with sprinkled in, and then they took some of the American Joe vehicles and recolored them and put them in there for.
I saw the Humvee redone with multicolor, like orange and yellow, and
yeah.
I just saw that the other day. Man, like the thing about toys now is a new G.I. Joe in Walmart is $25.
Oh
Like,
Jesus!
who can afford a GI Joe? What kid can buy GI Joes now?
Yeah.
But if you go to
Figures used to
Dollar
be like
Tree,
$7.
if you go to Dollar Tree, you could buy their action figure line for $1, and they look as good as the GI Joes and Star Wars back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I even think some will come with comic books too, or something.
Well, the thing that's crazy is if you go to like, I think it's Target that has it.
Mm-hmm.
They have this line of like less expensive sort of GI Joe type figures called Sentinel Force, and all their vehicles fit the Joes. And they took some of like you can go online and you can buy like there's like weird vehicles and stuff that like they took the shell design from the Cobra hydrofoil, and they've made like 6 other military sort of like swift boats out of it.
Wow.
There's like one that looks like a PT boat from like Vietnam era that's got 2 like rocket missile launcher things on the back of it. There's another one with like a flak gun on the deck of the back of it with like guns on the front side ports. And then I'm trying to think what the other one was I saw. But there's a bunch of those. And then they also made this thing. So during World War II, there was this actually not World War II, I think. Yeah. No, it was World War II. So during World War II, they made a thing called the Dragon Wagon, which was a tank hauler. It was meant to go get tanks that were damaged in the field and tow them out. And they had made a tank hauler thing that has like a trailer and everything on it.
What?
But they put a big rocket launcher thing on the back of it for whatever reason that's mounted to it. But if you dismount the rocket launcher and you take these 2 little barriers off, it turns into like a tank trailer thing.
I have.
And so I got
2
one
tanks from GI Joe.
Yeah, the Mobat and the Mauler.
Yeah, I have the green one and then the desert colored one.
Yeah, the desert one was awesome. I like both of them, but the desert one was cool.
Yeah, I have those in my closet. Although the gun broke off at one point, I don't know how. But
which one? The Mauler?
Yeah, the tan one.
You can find parts for that online easily and repair it. They scavenge like a bunch of those vehicles.
Oh, really?
Yeah, easily repairable.
Yeah,
and there's some people. There's a guy online that shows you how to make a video to gut your Mauler and put an RC car engine inside of it so that it drives like an RC tank.
What?
Oh, that's cool.
Yes. And the same guy makes a video on how to take that hydrofoil and put a boat motor in it and turn it into an actual working water boat.
Wow, man, that is so cool.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I lost. It's a long story, and I shouldn't have lost it. But I had, God, what is this? The boat that this guy drove.
Oh, the hydrofoil.
I had it.
The whale.
The whale. I had the whale, but when my father passed away and I moved my mom out, there was a bunch of stuff still left there, and I thought I was gonna grab it before.
I still have mine somewhere, but I think it's like some of the pieces might be missing from it. But
I had all the pieces.
Oh well.
Like
mine was all together. The hilarious story is I used to have my whale at the first game company I worked at. I had my whale in my desk at the game company I worked at.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like one of the things I brought to work to have on the show.
All my Joes are in really great shape. All the paint is on them.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I played with them, but I wasn't like rough with them.
Yeah. My Flint, when I was in the process of fixing his band, like his arm just like crumbled. I have to get a new Flint.
Oh man. So I've got one figure that has become a bastard, and I'll show it to you.
Is it Zartan and his sister and brother?
Zartan. It is
because those two
one of his guys.
Yeah, the brother.
This will not detach from itself.
Yeah.
Once you take the
It's
screw out of the
somehow
back.
it was like fused in the factory. There's a
Yeah.
way to fix that. There's a way that I've seen people fix it, which is they run like a hair, like a bungee, like hair tying cord through
Mhm.
there somehow, and they fish it through, and then they do it through their loop, and then they pull it pretty tight, and then tie the knot like about 3 times, and then they stuff the hairs of the knot up into the gut, and then he snaps in, and he's usually good for almost forever.
Like, all I want to say is I want to hit the fucker that did this.
I think it was the plastic that the color change plastic, like for whatever reason, like melded when they've manufactured them for some reason.
Yep. So
Because Zorana's the same way, the sister, and
that one's
Zartan.
messed up. This one's I can't get apart.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's wrong with barbecue?
I've got the
bolts
I can't
out?
get the screw out. I can't get the screw out of his back.
Is it rusted in place?
I don't know. And then
If it's rusted in place, you might have to take a drill and slowly drill the bolt.
and
which
these
is
are the
whether-
same problem. I can't get the screws out of them.
Oh shit!
So those are the only 4 figs that I had an issue with. The rest were all easy. I love these classic ones the best of.
Yeah, well, that's what I've gone back is like a lot of my really old ones have like just they're either disappeared because they were played with too much or they're like missing shit. So I've been going back trying to collect that first era run of figures when I can, which is why I say I look around eBay. I'm like, what condition are these in? Are these worth getting? Is the price good or is it too much?
Right.
Like, because even like the vehicles and stuff, like I had the laser cannon thing, and I had the little tow cannon. Yeah, I never had that one. I always wanted the little Jeep, but I never had that Jeep.
No, it's a
The little
4-wheeler.
ATV. Yeah.
Yeah. What's really cool about it is check this out. When you turn the steering.
Yeah, I remember
gun.
that. My friend had one of those. The one thing I have that's pretty cool that a lot of people don't have is I have the aircraft carrier.
Yeah, the Holy Grail. That and
Yeah.
the whale are like the and the space shuttle.
Yeah, I have the shuttle too.
Fudge. Did you see a space shuttle in mint condition in the box sold for $11,000 just this
Wow.
last week or so?
The thing I'll tell you about the space shuttle is that there is a manufacturing sort of thing that's fucked up on it. The track wheels on the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
the way they made them, they're not strong enough to hold up the weight of the thing, so eventually they snap off.
Well, it's a good thing it's still in the box then.
Yeah, because it's literally like a small peg on a fulcrum on the little triangle shaped wheel rack, and it's on all 4 of them, and eventually they get old and they crack and break off, so you'd have to
I'm pretty sure there are guys that mold better ones.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I was like, I need to get that shit fixed.
I would love to get into all the G.I. Joe stuff now, but I imagine I can't afford it now.
Well, if you had to collect everything again, yeah, it'd be a nightmare. Because at one point, I thought I had lost all my figures.
Oh.
Because they weren't where I remembered putting them, and I was like going online looking to see what it would cost to replace shit. And I was just like, this is an impossible task.
Hasbro just needs to make that line of figs and make them affordable.
The Sky Striker they just made with the extra figures was awesome. I picked up that, and
but they charged an arm and a leg for it though.
They did, but it came with a ton of stuff. Like it doesn't even like it. It was worth it at the end of the day. Like the slight redesign on the ship is really nice. There's 2 ways to motivate the gears on the plane now. There's a lever that operates the wheels, and there's a lever that operates the wings.
Oh, neat.
So you can do like 2 different things with it. And then it came with a Scarlet in like an Ace like pilot outfit.
Oh, cool.
it came with the guy that was on.
Oh, he disappeared.
Oh no!
He just
Damn.
shot out.
hope his phone didn't die or whatever he was
Give
using.
me just 1 minute. I need to run to the little boy's room.
Yeah, sounds good. We lost you there for a second.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but yeah, it came with the guy on the packaging that was in the back seat, the co-pilot, and then
he went potty.
oh, okay, but yeah, it came with like 6 figures. No, more than 6 figures. It came with 7 figures. It came with the ship. It came with alternate wings for the ship, so it could be different versions of the Striker, and it came with
cool.
Sets of decals where you could make it like 5 different variations of the fighter. So it was fucking crazy awesome.
So they were like, "This is what we wanted to." Probably like, "This is what we wanted to do from the get go," and now we can do it.
Yeah, it also
That's
has
cool.
the little gun pod thing that you can remove or put on the front end of that nose, so it looks like an actual Tomcat. Can't hear him.
That's cool.
Oh yeah.
There
See
you
my
go.
lights on now.
Yeah. So I was telling him that it came with 7 different figures. So it came with Ace, it came with Scarlet in an Ace sort of pilot outfit.
Mm-hmm.
It came with the Rio, the guy that was on the box all the time on the packaging.
Mm-hmm.
It came with him, which he'd never been manufactured before. It came with a Night Force, like all black ripcord, I believe. And then it came with Cobra Commander. It came with like a flight deck Cobra officer with the little cones in the vest. And then a Cobra pilot guy, because it came with an extra set of stickers where you could make it a Cobra stolen Sky Striker.
Oh man!
And then 4 other sets of stickers where you could either make it a Top Gun Maverick type ship with like the Tomcat like stickers and decals, or you could make it a Skull Leader pilot ship with like the Skull Leader decals. And then it came with a like crew vehicles, like a refuel thing, and another like dragger. Came with a stairwell thing you could put on the side of the ship, so the guys can like climb up the stairs to get in. And it has a bunch of pieces on it, like kind of like the Rattler had, where you can pop little doors off and you can see like the inner workings of like where you load the ammo and like all that stuff. And a flight stand, so you can put it in position, make it look like it flies. It had flame effects that look like the missiles were launching off the side of the ship. It had it had retro boost like flame things you could plug in the tail jets.
Wow.
Dude, it had so much stuff in it. It was crazy.
The only thing that I don't like hearing though about that is you said there's a lot of stickers or decals.
Yeah.
I hate that about the G.I. Joes though, because
those
stickers, the stickers eventually start shifting and falling off, and you know, I'd rather
that's why you got extra sets.
I understand, but I'd rather it was painted on.
Well, there is some stuff that's painted on, but they made it so like you could customize it like however you wanted.
That's been one of my least favorite things about the vehicles.
No.
Like, it was fun when you're a kid. Oh, I get to put in all the little, you know, stickers that say step or, you know, or.
Yeah. I will say, like, I got, they also did a retro re-release of the Cobra Stinger Jeep, and I got one of those. It was like $24 like a while back, and I kind of enjoyed putting all the little stickers on it.
It was $24?
Yeah, it was super cheap. It was like $30 or something like that with shipping.
And they just put it out recently.
Yeah, it sold out quick.
Oh man.
You can find them online though; they're pretty reasonable.
Yeah, but
they made a lot of them.
4 times as much now.
Yeah.
Dang it.
But yeah, I'm hoping they make more, but I haven't seen anything new.
I was so into GI Joe as a kid.
Oh,
My
yeah, me too.
grandfather built shelves on the walls so I could display everything.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was a farmer, and we had a bunch of fields.
Mm-hmm.
And on one of the main fields that had this barn where we like worked on tractors and all kinds of stuff, I had a big sand pile, and we put a crate in the sand pile, and I turned it into like a pit.
Oh
And
yeah.
I took the little inside the G.I. Joe headquarters that I played with until like shit fucking fell apart and got lost. There was the little Jeep Razor thing where if you could park the Jeep on and then pull the little lever and it would go up. And I actually made that so it would like go up to level with the thing, and you could raise the vehicles down inside and like park them and stuff.
Neat.
But
That sounds like fun.
yeah, dude, I was crazy into my job.
No, me too. Like I love playing with my GI Joes all the time. The cartoon, I could not wait to get home and watch the cartoon.
Yeah, I still watch them.
The funny thing is, so I was talking earlier about knowing a guy that worked on it, the guy that hired me on the Iron Man movie. His name was Frank Parr. And anytime I see him now, I tell him how much I love G.I. Joe, and he gets so pissed off because
Oh my god.
he tells me, he goes, that show sucked. Go look at it. It was like the
Oh my
worst
God.
show in the world to work on. He's like an old curmudgeon, but I deliberately I deliberately mess with him, and I'm like, but Frank, it was so great. Like, you have no idea. Like,
Yeah, like even the episode of The Viper Will Come Soon.
yeah,
The Viper will be here at noon, or whatever it was.
I can see where he's coming from because, you know, looking at it, you'll see mistakes in it.
Yeah.
But when you're a kid, you don't care. And
Nah.
when I was a kid, it felt like it didn't feel like I was watching a kid's show. I felt like I was watching a grown-up cartoon, you know, even though looking at it now, it's not so grown up. But
Well, dude, they had episodes like that one where they go to the alternate universe,
yep,
and those three guys get left behind to continue fighting the war and rebuild G.I. Joe in the alternate universe.
oh
Crazy.
yeah,
I think
Yeah,
it was like Clutch and a bunch of them.
yeah, they stream it on YouTube 24/7.
Yeah, that's where I watch it now sometimes. I have the DVDs, but
I'll just turn it on and let it run in the background all the time.
yeah. There's some that I forgot that I've even seen.
Oh yeah. Probably you didn't see them. You thought you did, you know.
Yeah, I just bought a Sergeant Slaughter so I can make an astronaut Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh yeah. I still got mine from that.
They made one. They made one. I think it was for the. I think it went with the Warthog, where you could take his hat off.
Yeah, but mine is in cherry condition.
That's the mail away one, I think.
Yep, it's still got the logo on the legs and everything.
Do you have Refrigerator Perry still?
Yes. I have to go dig him out, but
yeah.
But this one, there's not a scratch anywhere on it.
I think mine's in the same condition. I think I played with the other one with the black shirt more.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why he left. What you call it? He left WWF because they're like, no, you can't do G.I. Joe, and he's like, hell, I can't.
Yeah. And now he's back with G.I. Joe again.
Yeah.
Yep, and Action Force. I think the Action Force one is actually a little cooler than the new G.I. Joe. It's a $27, $30 figure.
Wow.
Is it the same size?
No,
they're like 7-inch or 6-inch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think if they started making these again, I would start collecting them again.
Yeah, that would be all I would collect if they made those again.
But they need to make them where they're like $5 and not.
Never happened.
$25 is ass rate.
Yeah.
I mean, what kid can start playing with GI Joes. That was what was great about it is I could scrounge together pocket change.
Yeah.
You know,
It was like
Dude.
GI Joes and Hot Wheels.
and
You can always afford GI Joes and Hot Wheels. You know,
right.
I was going to Target, I remember, and still buying Joes, like I think until like my freshman year in high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then they started making them too colorful for me because like that was kind of like the peak neon 80s period.
Once they got into sci-fi and after, that's when like they started getting where I wasn't buying them.
You know what's like super stupid is now those are the ones I'm hunting down. I'm like, I need the Street Fighter ones. I just went and bought some Van Damme GI Joe figures because he played Guile and the likeness is like really good.
That's funny. I met him once.
Me too. It's kind of
he's such a little dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see.
Yeah. I want to get back all those little. Oh yeah, that guy was cool. The RoboCop looking dude.
He's sci-fi.
Yeah, sci-fi.
But after this, the GI Joes got less military looking. They got really dorky.
Well, they got into like Battle Force 2000. Yep. And then the Eco Warriors and and then they had the ones that like ceased to be shaped like GI Joes. They were big blocky like cyborg suits or something.
Yeah, the dudes with the brains, but
yeah, the bats were awesome.
The bats were pretty cool. Like this is probably my favorite Cobra.
Yeah, the Vipers were awesome. I like the Alley Vipers too, the guys with the orange and black.
Yep. That was my favorite.
And the Night Vipers. Do you remember those guys, the green and black guys with the night scope heads?
Yep. But
I had the Techno Viper, the black and purple. They had the backpack that you put the tools on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this has the tools too, and the arms. You could pull the hand off, and it's got like the claw and.
You know what's funny? When I went and dug up my Mauler, and I was looking through it, there's these two little side boxes on the side of the Mauler where you can store like components, and at some point I filled them with all the Bats parts. Like it was like all the extra arms and the claws and everything were all stuck in there. I was like, okay, well at least I know where these are.
I don't know why I bought this, but I don't like this Cobra Commander.
Oh, dude, you've got the hose. The hose is missing on most of those. That makes them more valuable.
I still have my hose. Look at his head is all wobbly.
I didn't hate him too much. He was the battle armor Cobra Commander.
Yeah, I just don't like that weird shape of the helmet and stuff. I don't know. But he's still cool, I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like PQP right now. Here, look at my phone. Look, it's Saturday morning.
Dude,
I was looking at that.
The best.
I love drawing comics and doing art and everything, but I think I'm a bigger toy collector than I am an artist.
Yeah,
I'll honest.
I can't afford toys anymore.
Vintage Destro is awesome.
Yep, he's the best Destro because of the chrome.
Yeah.
The rest were painted. That was more like legit.
What's really weird about that Destro is he's really affordable online.
What?
And I thought he would be expensive. Yeah, he's totally affordable. He's like anywhere between like $9 to like $15.
What about Baroness?
Depending if she has all her gear and stuff, she gets up in like the 40s, I think.
I'm missing her.
Yeah, some of the expensive ones are like the obvious ones, like the was it the version 2 Snake Eyes with the wolf and the saber.
Yep, still got mine.
I think who else? There's a couple other weird ones that are like I was like looking online to like replace, and they were like $100.
Oh, that's not Snake Eyes. I thought I grabbed
some. Brought them all.
Yeah, there's my Snake Eyes.
Yeah, that one's awesome.
Yeah, this is to me the only Snake Eyes out of all of them.
Yeah, I didn't mind the second one. I thought the second one was kind of neat with his red visor.
The Black Major guy, he's going to be doing an animated color version of him. So he's
This is
recasting
the-
him, but in
This Jay, this is the second one.
yeah,
Oh, maybe the third one, the gray and blue one with the
with the
red
two
visor.
big butcher knives on the chest or
Yeah.
whatever that are like way
Yep.
3D.
Black Major, huh? All right.
Yeah. I don't know when he's doing that Snake Eyes, but I asked him about it because I saw it on his page. I was like, "You gonna make any more of these? Because I really want one."
I got something that might stump you.
Okay. That's was it like Hawkeye from MASH?
Yes.
The Remco figures, dude. I got a set of the A-Team.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, in the package. They're in my art room.
Oh man, that's so cool.
Yeah, I
This
want
is
to
the
get some
only-
MASH figures. They're cool looking.
They had a Jeep, and they had
helicopter.
They had Colonel Potter as well.
Mm-hmm. The only one that's super expensive is the Klinger in the dress.
What?
Yeah, the
Well,
Klinger
of
in the
course.
dress is like $300.
Everything trans.
Yeah. Well, he was also super limited. He was like the one that would be like one in like
Oh yeah,
one
out of a whole
of-
case.
yeah, like they would have 3 of the other ones, and there would be one of him in the case.
Yeah,
Right.
nobody's
So they
gonna
were
buy
like-
this guy.
Exactly. They were like, no kid's gonna want this dude in a
Yeah.
dress. That's ridiculous. So that was like for the hardcore collectors. I'd like to
Dang,
get.
now you make me want to look for it.
Yeah. You can find it like mint and package and everything. I'd like to get a set of the black hole figures that they made too. The Remco
Oh
figures.
yeah, Vincent to me was the creepiest in
Yeah.
the sense that it was only the creepiest when the guy got inside Vincent at the end and you saw his eyes.
They merged.
That freaked the shit out of me as a kid. But the main robot with the dual guns
Mhm.
was really cool. That dual gun.
Star?
Blastar, was it?
Star, I think it was. Yeah.
I remember making.
I think they made him, and they made the red version.
I remember
for
in
the drums.
kindergarten making those out of Legos and shit with my buddies,
Yeah.
like those guns.
I was always making the visitor pistol that has the weird underarm thing that goes up.
Oh yeah,
It's like a little tube in the middle.
yeah. Man, the V was awesome.
Yeah. There's a company that is gonna. I think they're gonna make GI Joe scale visitor figures.
It's probably Super 7 or
No, it's I think
Action
it's PTP's
Reaction.
people.
it's what?
PTP's guys, the ramen toys, or
Oh.
whatever. I saw they were doing a Diana, like GI Joe scale figure.
I wonder what it would take to do a figure through those guys. Like
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm thinking it's expensive.
Yeah.
Like his General Lee is super cool, but man, I can't afford it just to
But
spend
it's also,
100.
but the thing is, it's also huge. It's like, it's made for like I think the 6-inch figures.
Right. I can't justify. I can't go to my, even though I could afford to do it. I can't
Listen,
go to my
baby.
wife and go, "Hey, honey."
I'm buying this General Lee, and it's gonna have a Kentucky flag on top of it.
Yeah, it's gonna be $175, and
Yeah.
it's gonna
And then-
actually say the General Lee on it.
And then you could buy the add-ons so that you could have all the flames on the tires.
Yeah. Can you get the flames for it?
You can. Big Bad Toy Store sells just the flame kit by itself for like $50.
What?
So I was
But
like
they're-
thinking about it. I was like, if I bought the General Lee, I'd have to buy the flame kit for the tires.
Are they
It's
selling the
fucking
black
ridiculous.
car on Big Bad?
Yeah, they're selling the black one too.
For how much?
I think it's around the same price.
Dang.
Yeah.
I really would like to do it. I wanted to buy his robots.
Oh
but I
yeah.
couldn't justify that either. Like
I got those with some Christmas money that I got from work.
to me, it's just toys that are not affordable anymore.
No.
Like I'm very rare. Like today, I was at Walgreens. I saw a pack with one of these Jurassic Park Raptors.
Dude, I love that guy.
But you know what? It's a piece of shit fig.
Well, it's like
Like-
it's just like it's like those old Disney figures that are
Right.
Pose.
It was $8 for this thing.
Yeah.
This
Did you get? Oh, yeah, I see that guy up there.
This one was $12.
Okay. Did
At
you
Target.
get in on the? Target had a great deal on the. They had the Jurassic Park, little excursion vehicle with the T-Rex and Timmy.
I didn't get on it.
It was like $24.
Oh wow!
And it was like a GI Joe scale like figure set. And I missed out on it initially when they had it there, and then just recently they had it on sale again, trying to clearance it out. And I was like, I'm getting this.
I don't have them right here, but you reminded me. They're in my
Not
closet.
real recent. It was back in January.
But Fisher Price made a safari set of figures. They were this size.
Yes.
And it had a Jeep. I have the Jeep and the tent and the trailer and all the animals and stuff, the lions and tigers and that.
Was that the Adventure People?
Yeah. And
they had the space shuttle that went with that too, that you pressed buttons on it and made noises.
I never saw that, but I had the helicopter. And what was cool about the helicopter is the tail. When you squeeze the button, the propeller would go around when you press the button on it. And I still have the Formula One car.
Oh wow!
And the racer, but if you could look those up, those are really awesome. And all the men, like the main adventurer dad or whatever, he's got bell bottom pants on, you know.
And the girls got those crazy bell bottom legs too, which are awesome.
Yeah. I'm knocking all these
I think
down.
I have that Jeep. I have the little, well, not the Jeep. It's like a camper wagon or something like that.
Yep, I still have it. I just need to dig it out.
And then I have the motocross bike too.
Oh yeah, I remember those. You make me want to go look those up and see if I can't buy them.
Those are pretty reasonable online. You can find them.
Dude, how old are you?
I'm 48.
You're 48, so you're 2 years younger than me. So we're this.
Just
cool,
just
man.
like my moniker up here says. It normally says Boob Dan, but in this app, it's because there's another guy named 80s Made Consumer.
Mm-hmm.
So I always give him shit that like the 80s was all the sequel shit. The original cool shit was all made in the 70s.
Yeah.
So I'm 70s Boob Made Consumer.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about the 70s I like and dislike.
Yeah.
But the early 80s to me is the best era.
Oh, the early 80s was awesome stuff. No doubt. But I'm always joking with him because he's like, we got Star Wars and blah, blah. I was like, yeah, well, we had New Hope in the 70s, which was the original cool. And Jaws and...
You reminded me. Check this out. Hold on. Oh, his arm fell off, but
no.
Check this. You're going to love this. I still have the guns and everything, too, but the arm is busted on it.
Oh, wow. ROM Space Knight. That is
Yeah, the arm fell off. It broke off at some point.
Oh, I have to repair that, man.
But he still works.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I never had one of those. I never had that, and I didn't have the Godzilla with the launching fist either.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I always thought that was cool, but I always liked the Shogun Warriors better, though.
Dude, I had 2 of the Shogun Warriors. So this is the deal. My uncle, so basically my dad and my mom, actually my dad mainly, wasn't into me having toys and shit.
Oh,
so
weird.
So my uncle bought all my G.I. Joe stuff and all my toys. So they would just give him a list of stuff that I wanted. And my uncle had a really good job, and he evidently bought me everything that I got for Christmas.
Oh, man, that's nice.
It was crazy. And they would just my dad would give him some money or whatever to reimburse him, I guess. But I'm guessing, because I don't think I'm sure some stuff he said, you don't need to pay me for this. But yeah, it was crazy. Like, most of the cool shit I have is because of my uncle.
Oh,
and he bought me the raiding Shogun Warrior guy, the guy with the Egyptian head, and then I had the other one, the Kaiser King guy, the guy with the crown head.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got those back in the 70s when I was like really little.
Dang.
Shot
man.
little rockets out of his fingers and stuff.
So then you ought to know a lot of the video game consoles back then in the
Oh,
70s
hell yeah.
too.
I had Intellivision.
I've got one right over there. Like I've got an Intellivision. I've got an ColecoVision.
Nice.
I have the attachment that on the Intellivision for the Atari cartridges.
hmm
I still have my Atari. I have a Odyssey 2.
Wow.
I wish I had an Odyssey 1. That was the very first console ever, even before Pong. Have you seen one of those?
No, these are the only ones I ever had was I had Intellivision because it had Centipede on it,
Right.
and we got it at a garage sale, and then I think when I was in junior high, Nintendo came out, and then I had Nintendo. I had every Nintendo system up
Mhm.
until GameCube,
Yeah.
and I had Game Boy, the original Game Boy, which I still have in the box and everything,
hmm
and then I had Game Boy Color, I think, and Advance. And the only reason I had Game Boy Advance was because I had to have it because we're making games for the Game Boy Advance.
Right.
And then I ended up getting an Xbox because the company I worked for got them for all our guys for Christmas when it came out that year.
My favorite
because
Game
we were
Boy
gonna make
Advance is
Xbox
the
games.
Flip.
Oh yeah. I think that was the Game Boy Color. I have one of those. It's in black.
No,
I even have.
it was Advance. Sorry, the
Yeah,
Advance.
Was it?
the SP. Yeah, the SP.
Oh, SP. Yeah.
No,
Jerry-
the Advance was the square one that flipped.
No, it was the SP. The Advance was the one that looks like one of those old school
I got them right
Coleco
over here.
handheld thing.
I'm telling you, I thought it was Advance is the square one.
I'm pretty sure. It's
Or they got
SP.
the D.
I had
Is it
that
the
one.
DS with the dual
DS?
screen? Maybe.
It might have been.
The DS, yeah.
There
That's
it is.
the
Yeah, that's the
Advance.
flipper.
This is the Advanced
Yep.
SP. Yeah.
Oh, it is
I-
Advanced SP. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh, Advanced SP. That's why.
I reshowed
I was
this one
thinking it was
myself.
Game Boy.
a good
Yeah.
a good buddy of mine started working at Nintendo when that came out,
Oh wow.
and he was the guy that invented the next incarnation of the Game Boy, which had the 3D tabletop camera on it. Like
Oh,
you could
wow.
see, he invented that. He was he told me so his son, the reason he got into Nintendo because his son is autistic, and the only way his son would communicate with anybody is when he was holding on to a Game Boy. And that was the only time we would have a full conversation with anybody was when he was holding that thing. So he went and got hired by Nintendo. The cool thing about his job was he had
They
no
got these
bosses.
triggers,
Nice.
Yeah, I have that one.
The OG
I have
and then the
the-
color.
Yep.
I have
Yeah,
the
the
OG
O-
black one in the silver box with like the robot hand printed on it and everything.
Nice.
I still have the battery.
Nice.
Did you guys see
Oh,
the
the other
screens
thing
they
that I
do for
have-
those now?
The other thing I have that I used to love was it was like the shit, which is a big reason why I got the GameCube, was I have the little box thing you can plug into the bottom of the GameCube and you can play Game Boy cartridges on it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I don't have the GameCube and I don't have the Wii U, but I've had every Nintendo other than that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Xbox was the last major system I had, and I think I got like the Xbox X or something like that, but I only use it as a Blu-ray player pretty much.
Yeah, I don't ever want to own a PlayStation or Xbox again. Nintendo still has managed to stay a very niche and unique
Yeah.
market. The only thing I wish Nintendo would do is just go ahead and make a cell phone. Just make a Game Boy cell phone, Switch cell phone.
Wow. Yeah.
I would drop Apple in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Nintendo cell phone would be
Hell yeah,
huge.
that would be amazing.
Yeah,
Play Mario Kart on it and stuff.
Yep.
that'd be
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I like the Switch because it's cartridge based too.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know,
I still
don't
have
like
the other thing that I still have my Zelda, the gold cartridge with the box.
nice.
Dude, I
Yeah.
have every box from every NES game I bought as
Oh
a kid.
man, you were a genius for holding on to those. I got rid of
Yep.
tons of boxes.
Yeah.
I have like my Ninja Turtles, my Zelda, like all of those, and the boxes are in pristine shape. I don't know why, but every time I got a box, I stuck it in the closet and I stacked them up. And my dad got me started doing that with the Odyssey 2, and I still have Odyssey 2 boxes with the manuals and I don't have my Atari boxes. That's the only thing I don't have. But I have all the manuals.
Where was this guy at? Yeah, that's all that's in here. This is all games.
Wow.
This is all games.
Yeah. Well, you said you own a retro
Yeah,
game
he's got
shop.
a game shop, so
Yeah, well, I collected before, so you know what I mean. So a lot of
Nice.
this stuff. I got a box Saturn,
Right?
my Monster Hunter Rise Switch that I haven't opened yet. I got the
Right.
box for the Wii U, the box for my GameCube.
do you have a
And then-
Neo Geo?
I don't. I actually I just got a lot in that was like 18 games.
Oh my
It was-
god,
it was
those
pretty neat,
cartridges
but-
are massive.
I know,
Yeah.
and they were $200 a piece back in the day.
Yes, that was insane.
You know, some of them are pretty. Actually, I'm surprised some of them are pretty reasonable. So like Metal Slug's like $80.
Dude,
And then I was looking
Wow.
online, and you can get like the arcade. Like I found an arcade on like Marketplace that was like 2 states away or whatever, but it was like $1,200. It was a 4-slot arcade, and it had like Metal Slug, King of Fighters, like Arrow Fighters, and like something else in it with it. And I was like,
Wow.
dude, that's not bad for an arcade machine that works with 4 Neo Geo games in it. So they're not. Some of them are outrageous, but some of them weren't too bad, you know. So I was like, oh, okay,
Metal Slug art is like killer. It's like one of my
Yeah.
favorite ones.
some of the best. I got they had a before they like did Metal Slug, they did a game called In the Hunt that's on the Saturn, and it's like you're like this little submarine, and you're just like it's super slow, but you're like it's just cool because it's like all Metal Slug art with like giant bosses,
Wow,
got like giant crabs and shit. It's so cool, but oh man,
that's awesome.
it's so yeah, all that shit's games back there.
yeah, I remember coveting the Neo Geo at Babbage's. I don't know if you had Babbage's where you were, but that was like before GameStop. But man, that console was like so expensive, and like I said, every cartridge was $200 a pop. I mean,
Yeah, but looking back at it now, you're like I think the console was like $500 or something.
right?
And like looking back at it now, it was the arcade without all the arcade shit. Like
Right.
it was the board, it was the arcade board that
Right.
came
Yeah.
to the arcade games.
Yep.
You know,
Well,
you could take it, you could grab them from there and put it right in your arcade machine. Like it was the same thing.
Well, the difference about the Neo Geo was a lot of the board was in the cartridge, not the console. You know, so a lot of the chips were in that cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And there's a big price jump if you go through the AES carts or the MVS carts. Which the AES carts, I think I get them confused, but the AES carts were the ones that were made for home. So they have the box with the manual, and they're black, and they have the label. The MVS ones, the ones for the arcade, they're usually like see-through, and they just have like a VHS tape sticker on it that says Metal Slug, and that's it.
Right.
You know, and maybe they would come in a cardboard box or something, you know. But there you go, same thing. You put them in the arcade, or you put them in your your console. But if they're the ones with the label and stuff, like Metal Slug on the like for the home one is like $300-$400, but it just for
really?
the arcade it's like $80, and it's the same game, so it doesn't matter. Like, give me the shitty looking one. I don't care. I just want to play Metal Slug, dude.
you know what I just remembered? I just remember what my first video game thing I ever had was. I had one of those. I think it was a Coleco watch that was Frogger,
Oh,
I remember those.
and it was awesome.
Yep. That was a big deal. They had Space Invaders, Pac-Man, and Frogger.
Yeah.
There
I
might have
thought
been
it
a
was
Defender,
bit.
but I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
I would love to go visit the Zaid brothers, the Diaz brothers.
Oh yeah, that giant arcade.
Their
building.
arcade. I don't know if they own it or they work for somebody that owns it.
I think they work there. I think Doc something is
Yeah.
the guy that owns it because I lived there for a while. I grew
Oh,
up
okay.
in Chicago, so I would go there all the time. And yeah, it's
Yeah.
super cool. Then we visited family in November, and then where do you want to go? I'm like Galloping Ghosts, man. We're going to Galloping Ghosts.
See, I think that's what they need to do is they need to do a CG convention at that arcade. And
Yeah,
just
I mean,
have
they have-
everybody set up
yeah.
tables and play
Mhm.
games and
Because they have a
That'd be
spot
crazy.
that's like have a marketplace and stuff too, and I even think
Yep.
they have like a karate school attached. Like the thing is like a block long. Like they like just kept like buying like spots next
Right.
to it, and then just like
Mm.
knocking out walls and just,
Wow.
their Neo Geo section is sick because they have like 30. They probably have all the games. Like there's like 30 Neo Geo cabs, and they're all 4-slot cabs, and they all have games in all of them.
wow.
And it's just like, oh, this is great. And going and playing some of the shooters and things like that. It's a really cool place.
The local retro arcade here in Houston, I've had a renewed love for Robotron once I
Oh,
got there.
dude,
Mm-hmm.
Robotron's rad.
I forgot how fast that game is.
Yeah, and the sound effects and the lights.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah, I'd love
Yeah.
if they. I got a little arcade in my store. Like I had a customer that was like trying to do an arcade and it didn't work
Mhm.
out for him. And he had like, it's a small room, so I have like an original Asteroids, an original Junior Pac-Man, and then he has like this Miss Pac-Man that was like it's original cabinet, but they have something in it that gives it like 60 games, so it's like Donkey Kong, Galaga.
Oh, I see.
And then I bought like a Centipede, the arcade one-up, and then I bought a Mortal Kombat one from one of my old employees and stuff. And what I find out is a lot of young kids now, because I do monthly high score tournaments, is that young kids are really enjoying playing the high score stuff.
Oh,
and
cool.
and all like playing with each other, like all right, and then, they talk shit. And they're all right, man. What you know what I mean? And then they sit there playing Asteroids. I got like 5 high school kids like jamming on Asteroids, like talking crap to each other and stuff. It's
it's awesome.
It's fun, and it's like you get to play and you play better. You get better as you play, but then it's not like, all right, let me load my game. All right, where was I at? What was the checkpoint? What was it? You play and you're like this. You're playing the games quick. Almost like speed runs. You're playing the games quick and as far as you can, getting the high score and stuff. And I think now young kids are starting to get into the arcade stuff now, which is
my buddy who owns the comic shop that I go to, it's attached to this AMC theater. He half of his store is an arcade. So he's got comics and arcade. And he's got a lot of pinball machines, like kind of like his thing. But then he's got a bunch of like Smash TV and.
Smash TV was so good. Yeah,
I like pinball machines, but there's certain manufacturers I hate. I can't stand playing because they're just so slow and they're awkward. And
well, his are fucking awesome. He's got the 1960s like Showa era Godzilla machine. He's got the 66 era Batman machine. He has the Scooby-Doo Where Are You machine. And I think he's got a Star Wars machine, if I remember correctly. And he's got an Elvira machine that's on its way.
That's cool. The Addams Family is the most sought after.
Oh, wow.
But I played the newer Deadpool
He
arcade.
had that one too. That one was cool.
That one's really good. I hate Deadpool, but I like that pinball machine.
Yeah.
They have it where like you start the boss fights or whatever and you watch the characters fight as you're hitting the pinball around. It's pretty awesome.
Did you ever play a Pac-Man Jr. machine?
Yes. There was part pinball, part video game or whatever.
Yeah, I thought that was the coolest.
Yeah. It was crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if I could find one of those, I'd love to play it again. I don't know if I'd want it, but man, I love pinball. Pinball's great.
Yeah.
I'm not a big. How do you feel about the digital pinball stuff that's coming out?
I don't know.
I played some of it. But
I haven't seen the arcade one-ups digital pinballs yet.
Yeah, I just seen the at games, and that one looked. I messed around with it at the store. It seemed pretty neat, but I'm not a big pinball guy. But it also has like, since it's a vertical screen,
Mm-hmm.
it also had like centipede. They had like and a trackball. So it had like centipede, millipede, Galaga.
Right.
Like you could use a trackball,
Wow.
and it had like 30 boards on it for pinball and stuff like that. And it's not that big, so something
Right.
for like a house, I think is cool. But I seen another guy that's doing like, well, I'm trying to think what it was called, but it's like a new pinball game for like a console, or it's a digital pinball, but they're doing stuff that you wouldn't be able to do like with like pinball. Like physically and like stuff. So
Yeah.
they're adding the digital stuff to it to make it almost like a pinball / video game type thing too.
There's guys that are putting Raspberry Pis in the one-ups now,
Yeah.
so you can have all the games.
The system I have is kind of like the Raspberry Pi. I bought it as like a crowdfunder, and the only thing that sucks is the place where I installed it at doesn't have Wi-Fi, so I can't get into the app store to like download a bunch of games to it. But I got it because it was themed as Dragon's Lair.
Oh, that's
and I always
cool.
wanted a Dragon's Lair
cool.
machine.
Yeah,
it's got like
one-up
Dragon's Lair 1 on it and a couple other games.
one-up makes the Dragon's Lair.
I seen where they have. I was looking at it today. They have, for the arcade one up. It's a double stick, and you remove your old one, you put it on there, and I think it might come with a little board, but you can like hook up your Switch to it,
Oh,
and you play your Switch game. You put your Switch, but they also, I thought it was cool. They have one for the Genesis, and it has the cartridge slot right there in the front. So you just put your Genesis game in there, and then you play Genesis on the arcade one up, and they're like it's like $120. For like it's a double arcade. It's like a whole like arcade stick, like the double both setup and stuff. And I was like, oh, that'd be neat. I'd make a Ninja Turtles one in the heartbeat. I'd buy Shredder's Revenge. I get Cowabunga collection. Throw Streets of Rage 4 and all. I'd make a beat 'em up cab out of a Switch and be like, here you go, man.
My wife bought me the mini NES that came out a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You can hack that and download every single NES game ever made onto it. That's how much memory is on the card on it.
You need to send me links on how to do that.
A friend of mine, check this out. A friend of mine, we went to that arcade for his kid's birthday party, the retro arcade, and he gave these out as a gift.
Yeah.
He bought these off of Alibaba for $10 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have 400 NES games on this thing. In fact, there's Mario games that I never ever saw as a kid on this thing. There's like a Super Mario Brothers 14. I thought, no, surely it's the level 14 off the Super Mario Brothers. No, it's a whole other Mario game that I had no idea ever existed.
There's also a Star Fox game that they never released here in the US as well.
So I have yet to like dig through all 400 of the games.
Is that the second Star Fox, or was it another one?
No, it was so there was Star Fox on, what was it, that first system it was on? The
Super Nintendo?
Super Nintendo. Well, there was it was either a second or a third one that was part of the franchise. It was supposed to be for Super Nintendo, I think, or something. And they just never released it in the US. You can find mods of it now online. But like obviously all the dialogue's Japanese with like Japanese subtitles. But
yeah, they finally released the second one on the Super Nintendo Mini. Yeah, that's like the first time it was actually released. Like I don't think they finished it, and then and now it's on the Super Nintendo. It's on the Super Nintendo Mini now. But that's the only time it was released.
I gotta find that then.
Yeah, they screwed over Argonaut. Like they had the game done, and Miyamoto was like, "Yeah, we're not going to release it because of whatever or some stupid reason." And then and then like a lot of the shit that's in 2 got put into Star Fox 64. Got to put into the next one, and they were like, "That was our idea." Like, what the hell, man? Yeah, that and like Miyamoto didn't like Donkey Kong Country. He said it looked ugly.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that great. Diddy Kong Racing So,
Does it have TNT surfing on it?
oh, TNC surfing, or that
Oh,
was
Yeah,
so
buddy.
great.
such a hard game.
And
I
RC
loved it.
Pro-Am too. Those were a couple of my favorites.
I thought the skateboard company was so cool that had all those characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cat in
I've
the
met the
tuxedo.
guy, the artist guy. He does conventions here in Pasadena,
Does he?
California every once in a while. Yeah, I've got a bunch of original art from him.
Man,
That's cool.
that stuff was so cool on the t-shirts back then and the
Yeah.
skateboards. Yeah, they were out of Hawaii though, that shop.
They're still. He got the licensing back for all his designs,
Oh,
and
neat.
there's a company that he now has that license out his art from him, and they're making his designs. It's not like called TNC Surf. I think it's called like the Thriller Boys or something like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's
And
cool.
yeah, they're making skate decks, t-shirts, and hats, and some
Dude.
stickers.
That is so cool.
I was all about Surf Sacrifice, the little tiki guys with the shark on a stick.
I thought all that was really cool. I loved all their stuff. I would go buy
Mhm.
their t-shirts as a kid. But
Yeah.
remember when buckwheat was like the thing?
Oh shit, I do.
Like all
That's
the
crazy.
buckwheat t-shirts?
Oh my god, I totally forgot about that.
God, that was so much fun too.
That and the BA borders. Do you remember those? The little dude with his ass hanging out,
Yep.
hanging 10 and shit.
What's funny about the buckwheat stuff is it would be considered racist now. Man.
Yeah, it would be because it was totally just giant teeth and like a crazy ass smile. and
Dude,
shit.
I would love to get like t-shirts of that and wear them at conventions. Like,
I found a bunch of my old T-shirts from the '80s. I even found some multicolored parachute pants too.
man, parachute pants were great. Did you?
Yeah.
I've got a pair of '80s parachute style pants that my wife bought me 2 or 3 years ago, and I love wearing those damn things. Like,
Yeah, I've got like '80s Dick Tracy T-shirts. I've got Todd McFarlane Wolverine shirt. I've got what are the other weird ones that I still have?
I didn't think you drew
Oh,
Wolverine that
the
great.
very first 2 Bart Simpson shirts they ever manufactured.
Oh yeah.
There was a "Don't Have a Cowman" shirt
Yep.
where he had like a slingshot or something,
Mm-hmm.
and another one that had him on a skateboard, and I can't remember what that one said.
Yep.
I have those somewhere.
That was one of the first action figures too, out of the Simpsons.
Yeah.
The skateboard. I have the Spider-Man #1 poster on my wall. Well, you can see the Hulk McFarlane right behind me here.
Yeah.
Where is it? Right here. But I have the Spider-Man #1 cover poster, and it was a friend of mine colored that version of the poster, and it's the only version of Spider-Man where you see his whole leg and knee not cropped off. I would turn the camera and I'd show you, but
I think. Yeah. Some other shirt that I was wearing. I want to say I had like a Back to the Future like trilogy shirt that I got from the movie screening when they showed all 3 of them back to back when the 3rd one was released.
I remember seeing a midnight screening of The Rocketeer
Yeah.
like months before it came out.
That's
Oh, man,
awesome.
talk about a thing with mad potential and just, you know what I mean? That they could have done like 10 of those movies.
Man, I've met Dave Stevens more than once. You know who he is. He created The Rocketeer.
I used to know him really well. I have some art by him and stuff.
He was always upset they never gave him like a helmet or anything.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but he had hours worth of like behind the scenes stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and they never wanted to do any sort of like documentary, special edition thing or anything with it. But he had
That's
tons
stupid.
of footage that was shot, like deleted scenes, like all kinds of crazy stuff.
I think him passing away was really odd. He seemed too young to be.
Yeah. Well, cancer for you.
Oh, he had cancer?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I want to say it was like I don't know if it was leukemia or what it was, but it was bad. Like he fought it for a while.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
had
couple
no clue.
There was a couple art dealer guys that were really good friends with him, and
Mm-hmm.
they were helping him out towards the end, and they ended up helping his mom like get money from his estate or whatever in the end.
I had no idea. Like,
yeah,
I just remember the last time I'd gotten around him, there was something not right with him, but that explains a whole lot. He just seemed very kind of bitter and down the last time
he
I
didn't
saw
tell
him.
anybody he was sick. That was the other thing.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, that changes my outlook on the last time I saw him.
I met Rick Baker through him because I was at this convention that he was doing in LA called GlamourCon. He's like, you ever heard of Rick Baker? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, do you want to meet him? I was like, sure. So we went with him to this panel he was doing there for Congo. And
oh yeah, it's a really big monkey.
Yeah. But Rick was really nice.
That's neat. I like Rick
And I saw him
Baker.
years later, and I said, hey, man, I remember you. I met you with Dave. He's like, oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah, it was through, Bill Stout that I met Mark Schultz, and then Frank Cho, and...
Wow. I've never met Mark Schultz. I think I've seen him at a booth, but I've never...
Mark Schultz is a very, very, very sweet guy. He's such a shy guy, though. But
one of my favorite pieces ever drawn is drawn by him. It's in one of his sketchbooks. He did a drawing for somebody that is it's all the Odyssey characters, like a big panning shot of like the Cyclops and
neat,
the Sirens, and it's fucking badass. It's got some Trojans on it.
He has very major OCD. That's why it takes him forever to turn out a book. Like, he'll take a page and he'll draw it dozens and dozens and dozens of times until he gets it. Until it's perfect.
Yeah. My cover to Goblin
What do you mean you do the same thing? You do 12 pages a day.
I do, but I redrew completely finished my Goblin Girl cover like 8 times.
How many times?
8 times.
Dang, dude.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of pages in the book that I've redrawn since, like, it was taking so long for Billy to color it. I started going back in, and I knew pages he hadn't colored yet, and I was like, I don't like this fucking head on this panel, and I just redrew the whole page. So I've got probably 45 pages worth of alternate pages.
Well, I promise you, Mark Schultz has it far worse than you do.
But yeah, I'm like that as well. Like, if a panel doesn't look right, I'll just redraw the whole page.
I don't even know the last time I ever saw him do anything. That's how long it's been.
Yeah.
And Gary Gianni,
like the dinosaurs, man. That's the beast that just lays there.
I hung out with Schultz and went and got to see a bunch of dinosaur fossil footprints and stuff one time in in Austin. We went and checked them out. But
that's cool.
I remember when I met Gary Gianni, and
he's a super nice dude.
He is. It blew my mind, though. He didn't get famous until he was in his 40s, though.
Wow.
Like, he didn't get any recognition at all until then. It was his Monster Man.
Yeah, I saw him at San Diego. I don't remember how many years ago it was, but he had a Game of Thrones sketchbook or something like that he was doing.
What?
And yeah, because he was doing some art for Game of Thrones. I can't remember what it was, but he had a sketchbook, and he was all sold out or something. And he's like, and I was like, oh man, I want to get one of those. Like, he's like, give me your name and address, and just pay me or whatever, and I'll mail it to you. And so he mailed me out like this package with Game of Thrones sketchbook in it and everything. And it was like signed and everything. It was awesome. But it had his address and everything on it. It was just like his house. I was just like, I still have the book inside the mailer that he sent it to me in.
He doxed himself.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I don't think he cared, man. He wasn't he's not Jim Lee, so it's like
Yeah.
somebody wants to write him a letter. Okay.
I always loved Bill Stout. I would love to visit his house though, because the Natural Museum in L.A. gifted him a T-Rex skull.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's like one of the few people on the planet that own a T-Rex skull.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. He says it's hanging in his above his fireplace in his living room. It's like,
Wow.
damn. I'd love to see it. Did you know that Leonardo DiCaprio grew up next to him?
Really?
As a kid? Yep. And he knows Bill Stout personally.
Wow.
And I was at San Diego Comic-Con, and I'm standing in front of Mike Mignola's table. This is around the time Titanic had been really big. And this guy just shucked out a $30,000 check to Mike Mignola for all this artwork, and this guy in a ball cap. And I'm like, man, there's something familiar about this guy in this ball cap. And as he left, Mike's like, that was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Holy shit.
Just spent $30,000 on me. I'm like,
that's crazy,
dude. Now that's probably no big deal for Mignola anymore.
Yeah. Well, Mignola told me, I went and I got him, what was it? IDW put out a black and white edition of slightly oversized of his Dracula book.
Oh, man, that is so good, that series.
Yeah. And it had some like pencil pages and stuff in the back of it. And as well as it being all the line art, black and white. And I asked him, I said, oh man, it'd be cool to see one of those oversized art editions of this because the pencil pages are so great. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I don't even know where that stuff went. He's like, I went to Paris on a trip. He's like, and I had a signing and some guy came in and bought all the pages. And he's like, I don't even know who the guy is. He's like, so they're in the wind.
Oh man. You remind me of, there's a good buddy of mine. He passed away. I couldn't tell you. It was like in the last 10 years. I've lost track of time. But I'd never been to his house. He had this grand art collection I'd heard about, but I never got to see it. So I'm at a convention here in Houston, and Frank Cho's there, and he knew I was kind of friends with him at the time. I haven't talked to Frank in ages, but he's like, yeah, I want to take you guys to dinner, and then afterward I want to show you my art collection. And Frank's hesitant for a little bit of it because he's like, dude, I don't know how many times people told me, come check out my art collection. It's the shitty art collection. There's like maybe one or two like really good pieces of art. But he's like, all right, he's buying us a steak dinner. Let's go. And we went to this guy's house, and his name is Henry Huey, and I had later become really good friends with him. Henry owned every major piece by the studio guys. And you know what I mean by when I say the studio?
Yes, I do.
I'm talking about the studio art book. He owned every major piece that those guys had ever done. And I'm talking about the Frankenstein cover and 4 plates from Frankenstein that guy had. And he had new stuff by Kelly Jones showing up at his doorstep like almost every month. He had some Conan pieces by Barry Smith. He had a bunch of Kaluta paintings, including this one shadow painting that was ginormous. And we went from one room to the other thinking, oh, this is it. This is his whole art collection. But it just kept growing and growing and growing throughout the evening. to the point where he took us to this one room that we had no idea was attached to the house, and it was this giant room of these shelves with paintings slotted in all the shelves throughout this entire room, and he went through and pulled out every single painting one by one. And Frank and I, after that whole evening, were just like, oh my god, I've never seen anything like this in my entire life, and will probably never again. So, but to see the Frankenstein cover, it's the size of like 311 by 17 boards together.
Wow.
But I have on my wall over here a print that Bernie Wrightson gave to me as a teenager of that cover.
Oh, wow.
And Bernie never wanted to sell that cover, though, but he was so desperate for money at the time that he sold it to my friend.
Wow. Yeah, I have I knew a guy, well, I still kind of know him, but I don't know if he'd be friendly with me or not. He's like a Hollywood writer-director guy, but he's like super woke. But he had an apartment in Hollywood that he would stay there when he was writing, but I guess he didn't like really live there. It was like his collection apartment, and he had like crazy shit like in there. He had Ricardo Montalban's Wrath of Khan outfit, Darth Vader's helmet when he took it off in Jedi, and dude, he had Bernie Wright. He had Frank Frazetta paintings. I remember sitting in this one room. They were like next to his computer.
What?
And
is this Frank Darabont or something?
No, it's not Frank Darabont. And like this guy came over and sold him a bunch of original like Star Wars like concept art, like drawings that were done by George Lucas on napkins. Shit, it was like crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's a huge art collector. He's got like he's kind of like the guy you were talking about. It's got tons of stuff. The apartment wasn't like a whole house though. It's like a small like 2-bedroom apartment, but he had an amazing collection of stuff. He had do you remember the V television series? They had a kid was playing with action figures.
Yep.
He had those with the ships and everything.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was awesome. We used to go over there and watch movies and shit, and we'd look at his art collection and stuff. But yeah.
Well, Frank Darabont, I think, owns most of all the Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein pieces. He's like got the largest share of them.
That's awesome.
Before my friend died, this collector out of Great Britain said, I want that Frankenstein cover. I'll give you whatever. And he says, nope, you have to buy my entire collection. You can't cherry pick it. And I get to keep this one Jeffrey Jones painting, but you can buy the rest of the collection.
Wow.
The dude gave him $2.5 million for his entire collection. And
holy shit.
My friend died of a heart attack 2 years later. Like,
wow.
So he didn't really get to appreciate all his wealth. But then
that's crazy.
He owned. The funny thing about him was he's this little Chinese man with the thickest Southern Texas accent you'd ever heard in your entire life. And I went home one evening. He said, hey, I got these new Jeffrey Jones paintings that came in. This is around the time Jeff was still alive. And so I went to his house. He goes, here, follow me back to this room. And he's got this giant safe in this one room. And he pops it open. And he pulls out this bag of like hundreds. And stacks it in a safe full of hundreds, stacked from top to bottom, front to back. There had to be millions in this safe.
Wow.
I've never seen that much money in my entire life.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You just remind me of somebody else I knew. So I used to collect laser discs back in the day.
Oh, those are great.
There was a laser disc store that I used to go to, and the owner's son, who I was friends with, who worked there, he was one of the world's largest collectors in Sandman art. And he had he had like 80% of every Sandman page that ever been reproduced.
Neat.
It was, or produced rather. It was freaking crazy, his collection. I was just like, this is all I collect, just Sandman. I was like, okay.
My boss at the comic shop I worked at as a teenager, it was a used bookstore and a comic shop, and they had like 3-4 locations. He was also an original comic art dealer. He had the Mike Dringenberg death piece, the original that was used in the ads. He may still have it. Very first one.
Crazy.
Yep. He had also the largest collection I'd ever seen of Gil Kane Green Lantern art.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And a lot of Will Eisner stuff. Jay, we've kept you up. It's 4 o'clock. You're in mute, buddy. You've muted yourself.
Am I? Hello?
So we probably never ever heard you in this whole conversation.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that's cool. That's all I had.
Yeah,
that's cool. Oh wow, that was it.
I could sit and talk with you for damn ever, Dan. We got so many cool things that we've seen.
I know. When's your guys' toy stream start? You know, when you guys gonna start doing a toy stream, and when you guys gonna start doing talking about art stream? You know,
dude, as soon
as I kick this cancer thing, we'll do it.
That'll be great.
I'll bust out my collection of original Dale Keown art that's hand colored by Dale Keown.
No way, you've got Dale Keown art.
I've got 6 pages of his Dragon Force stuff that's all hand colored by him.
I have a lot of Arthur Adams art.
Oh, sweet.
That guy. So clean.
I have a Monkey Man O'Brien page. I have a Gumby page, which is the best Gumby page out of all the pages.
Is it the one of him running from the devil?
I don't have him running from the devil, but
the running from the devil shot is amazing.
I could show you the page I have. It's Gumby and Loki pulling a wagon.
Oh wow!
And then I have an entire issue of thumbnails of Arthur Adams' Danger Girl issue, the one shot.
Oh wow!
I have all the thumbnails, and they're so tight. They're tight.
Yeah.
Minus the shading, like all the cross hatching.
That's crazy.
Yep.
I'm trying to think if I have anything else as cool as the Dale Keown pages. I have some stuff that's pretty neat, but
man, I would do anything for a Dale Keown Mark Farmer inked.
Oh God, yes. Oh God, yes. Unfortunately, some of that stuff has been destroyed. Ethan Van Sciver is personally responsible for 3 pieces being lost forever.
What?
Yeah. He had a flood in the house that he lived in, and he had 3 pages of Hulk that are completely destroyed, evidently.
Yeah, but that's not like...
Yeah.
It was part of the good stuff.
You made it sound worse.
It's not really his fault.
Oh, he didn't do it himself. No, but I'm just saying, like, he can confirm there's 3 pages that are forever gone.
Florida?
Yeah.
Boo.
It was probably in Florida when it happened.
I was like, I heard that story and it was like heartbreaking. I was like, no.
You want to hear heartbreaking? A good friend of mine was an inker on a lot of the Milestone comics.
Mm-hmm.
And he was not getting so much work anymore and decided to open a comic shop. And I was sharing a studio with him in 2005, and when I moved out, I had like somewhere around 50, 60 long boxes of books. I gave him 2/3 of my collection to open a shop.
Oh my God.
And now I'm just kicking myself. I have so many books that I'll go, oh, I had that. It's like, jeez, why did I get rid of that?
Wow. Yeah, I've been going around like getting some indie shit that I had as a kid that's missing.
I had all the original Ninja Turtles that I bought off the shelf, and I gave them to him in that collection, and I kind of lamented over them for a long time, and then my wife did something really sweet for my birthday about a year ago. She bought me the entire run of all the Ninja Turtles.
Of the original ones?
Yes.
The first? Wow. I was gonna say you're gonna hate me. J-Bot might know about this, but I've got 5 mint copies of issue number 1.
Yeah.
Which printing?
And 2 copies of number 2, first printing.
You do not.
I do. They're fucking mint, bro. I keep wanting to send them one off to get it CGC'd or whatever, get it graded, but I'm like paranoid it'll just disappear.
Yeah.
So I never do it.
I've got all of them in racks, like on the wall over here.
And what's worse is, do you know how much I got them for?
Man.
and Dan Fraga sold them to me because he worked at the comic shop where I bought them.
He probably hates you now for it too.
Dude, he was surprised. Like, he didn't even remember doing it. But they were in a bin at the comic shop, and they were like, for whatever reason, I think Turtles was like waning at the time. I got them for 50 cents a book.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might have been 75 cents actually. Now that I think about it.
To me, really, the best Ninja Turtles books are the first 7-8 issues, and that's
it. Well, the best run is the entire 4-book set of first issues. The first trade paperbacks. Did you ever see those?
I have them. Yeah, I have them right on my shelf. The only thing about any reprints is they took out all the Zipatone out of them.
Yeah.
Even those ones you're talking about, the first graphic novels, the Zipatone's missing.
They've put them back in though, because you can get like the artist edition thing, whatever that's out.
I haven't seen those.
It's a facsimile of the black and white stuff.
Like Donald was talking about buying the graphic novels. I said, dude, make sure they got the Zipatone in it, otherwise they're not that good.
I like the colored first editions though; those are really nice looking.
I prefer the black and white on the original paper. Like, here, hold on. Now you make me want to grab my stacks of them. But you're gonna laugh because there's one issue I've got like about 10 copies of.
Oh wow!
Hold on.
Yeah, I just remember those covers on those first editions, the colorless. They were actually painted by Kevin Eastman, and they're freaking gorgeous. Like, they're just I would love to be able to do that type of work. It's just, I always look at them and I'm like, oh.
Let's see. Yep, this issue. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, my volume must be. Okay, I have my volume down. So I have like 10 copies of this issue.
Oh, I love that issue.
Because it's the best. It's like one of the coolest.
Dude.
And I'll show you why.
It's Byron Talbot, isn't it?
Yeah. No. It's
Is it Eastman Talbot though?
No, it's Mark Bodie.
Oh, Mark. Oh, that's the Mark Bodie one.
Look at this double page spread.
That's dope.
Oh man.
Yeah, I have that one.
I have like
that
10.
One. Do you have the other one where they look like almost like realistic, sort of like loggerhead turtles?
Yes, those are like in the.
That one's pretty cool too.
So I have 2 copies of this printing of issue 1 because that was the printing I got off of the shelf as a kid.
Yeah, mine are like big magazine size ones.
And this is the number 2 I have.
Sweet.
I have 2 copies of it, and then issue 3.
Yeah.
But this This I got for free, and it says $224, but it's the first
Oh
printing.
wow,
4.
number 4. Yeah, I don't have that one. I only have issues 1 and 2. I have the Raphael like one shot, and I have Fugitoid as original number 1s, the magazine side.
So yes, this is the only issue that they did. They went to a different printer, and it was they printed them at the wrong size. So.
Yeah. I should look around and see what it would cost to get an issue 3 and 4, so I could have a whole set.
Let's see what else I've got here. Here's a number 5.
Yeah.
I like the blue covers of like 2, 3, or 4 or whatever. I can't remember which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 copies of this version, number 6.
Oh yeah, that's cool. The Sorcerers, whatever.
And then I have 3 copies of issue 7.
Oh wow.
3 of those.
So it would be the best way to read these.
It is the best way to read the Ninja Turtles.
Oh, dude. I just recently bought the action figure of that chick, but for whatever reason, she's red and not blue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is totally annoying. I want to get one and paint it.
So I had 2 copies of that. This is the controversy now. This April O'Neil.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Because she's got Jerry curl hair?
Yeah.
Well, she had a perm. But you know who
perm. Like back in the day, everybody had hair like that.
Yeah.
Right. But you know who the girl that started that whole craze was? The girl from Better Off Dead.
Mm.
I always loved this cover because it looked like it was actually ripped and had the coffee stains on it, and there's pieces of tape.
That is cool.
But it's not really damaged. They made it deliberately look. See the bottom corner there?
Yeah.
Jay?
That's cool.
Yeah. I always liked it just because of that cover. So this one's great. Great. This is the Brian Talbot, the first Brian Talbot story.
Yeah, that one was awesome.
That
was really
one's
nice
a
looking.
bomb. Like,
wow.
Yeah. It's a 3-parter, right? There's like 3 issues?
well, this one was a single one, and then he did a 3-parter.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
came
thought
back.
there was a 3-parter one.
He did a 3-parter, but it was after this. It was
But
like
that one
right
was
after.
great.
It was right after this issue, which I said
Yeah, that's why I was thinking of it, was because after that one.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
like so many
that book
copies.
is so cool.
I actually got 6 of these from one guy on eBay for $20.
That's funny.
See, I didn't even know they did like these. Like when I first started collecting Ninja Turtles, it was because first I bought the toy. Like first I saw the toy and I bought Donatello, and I was like, "This is the coolest thing ever." Then I found out they did a show, and then my dad was like, and then we used to go to the 7-Eleven, and when they would get new comics, we'd go play at the park, and then go to the 7-Eleven. We'd buy comic books from the 7-Eleven, which I would get the Ninja Turtles Adventures, which is the Archie comic, and then
those are
play,
now
like,
those are now
The Archie
becoming
ones are-
valuable.
Yeah,
I still have those, but they're beat to shit, man. Because I used to read them all the time and like take them everywhere.
Right.
And then we'd play like Double Dragon and like Shinobi, you know, at 7-Eleven and stuff. And so it's like I didn't even know they had like original stuff like this till the movie came out.
Oh yeah, to me, like the comics were way more serious and bloody, and then the cartoon came along. I have mint in the package. I still have Donatello, Raphael, Casey Jones, and Wasagi Ojimbo over like hanging up on the wall.
I have the original first run of the figures that they did, which was like the Turtles, Shredder, and
Splinter,
Yep.
I think.
Foot Soldier.
Yep,
Yeah.
those are the first run originals I have.
Yeah.
And now they're redoing them. I'm glad Playmates is doing them again in that.
Yeah.
Are they making them look cooler, or are they making them the same?
They're making them the same, but
Kind of the same, yeah.
I'm gonna get them because my daughter loves the old Ninja Turtle stuff. So.
that's what Hasbro needs to do with the
I
G.I.
just-
Joes.
I bought the blimp recently in the Turtle van.
Oh,
Well, not
yeah.
recently. It was like last year.
Now, did
when
they
put
come
them
out I don't. I was seeing someplace they were doing the Ninja Turtle, the TMNT adventure figures like the comic book, like the Archie comic book.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's a
I don't know if they came out or not.
Mezco. Was it
I
Mezco
think,
or
I think
I think
so.
Mezco is NECA or Mezco is
NECA,
doing
one of those.
the adventures, and then Super 7 has the license to do all the action figure versions.
Yeah,
So anything that was
Playmate-
made an action figure of, they can do.
But Playmates is putting their stuff out in Walmart and Target, the originals.
Cool. I'm gonna get some of those. We're gonna
You should.
start playing Ninja Turtles. Me and my daughter.
Heck yeah! I got my grandson coming in August. I need to start collecting for him. Like,
I started collecting the Masters Universe Origins for my kid.
oh yeah, those are cool. See,
I've got
I
a bunch of
couldn't.
stuff.
It was like I could get He-Man back then, but then it was like, do I want to collect He-Man or G.I. Joe? Where was I gonna sink all my pocket change?
That's
you know.
that's what happened with me. Like
Yeah.
I had like a little bit of this and a little bit of that, like maybe 3 or 4 figures. But like the only thing I was like allowed to collect was G.I. Joe. So like I had tons of G.I. Joe stuff.
Yep, I've still got a lot of G.I. Joe.
Well, G.I. Joe was just like the articulation was so good and the vehicles were all really cool, and
Yep.
so it was a no-brainer for me.
Tons of ninjas. Everybody looked like ninjas. I was like,
Yes.
ninjas. This guy looks like a ninja. That guy looks like a ninja. This guy's a robot ninja. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, G.I. Joe came out with those brain-looking dudes with the brains that were exposed.
Yeah, the Saw Vipers, I think, or something
Yeah,
like that.
those didn't look cool to me, really.
Yeah, I didn't get those guys, but now I'm trying to find them.
Yeah, well, people are buying those up and making armies out of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to go, guys, because in 30 minutes I gotta get my daughter up for school.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I had such a good time. This was great, guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming in and just chatting, man. This was awesome.
Yep. We're gonna have to do it again.
Yeah,
For sure.
I'm doing the art jam I usually do is always Wednesday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern. So of course I'll send you guys the link. You can come on, hang out, and we just fart around for 2 hours, pretty much.
if we can do it that short.
Do it, maybe, yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. All
right,
right,
guys.
guys. Good night.
All
Night,
right.
everybody. Thanks for
to you
tuning
later.
in. Hey guys, JBot here. Let me tell you about MightyBotStudio.com. Now, MightyBotStudio.com is a hub for all of my content, including my YouTube, my Instagram, and also my Twitter. On top of that, we have a MightyBot Studio store where you can go and order yourself a pint glass. You can get a mug. We have multiple hoodies, t-shirts, and hat designs. So make sure if you guys haven't checked it out already, visit MightyBotStudio.com.